Hello, hello. Hello, hello, Kathy. Welcome. Welcome back. I've seen you before. From Oregon. Wow. Yeah, I'm from Pennsylvania. The show will begin very soon. And we'll be going over a bunch more interview replays. This time for day 5. The coolest part is that I'm still interviewing some people. The summit is never over, and there's just so much to go around. I think one of the downloadable resources I'll share with you guys, I have it printed in person for myself, but you can download it online, and you can also print it for yourself. I'll show you guys what I mean by that. And before we begin, I think now would be the best time to share the stream, in case you haven't. For anyone who is completely new to a lot of this knowledge, or new to the event, you can feel free to share the stream with them, because this one I think is a very, very good replay. We got Daniel Arnold, Justin Ballman, and Brandon Smith. It's a good lineup. Welcome in, everybody. DK, as usual. Always appreciate your presence. He's always like the extra moderator whenever I need someone to moderate. He also moderates on Twitch for me, mainly. I pretty much do the moderation on YouTube. I have like everybody as mod on Twitch. Hey, Fred. Nice to see you, man. You gotta teach me how to say that. That way I can actually respond reciprocally. Because, gosh, French is a very fancy language. I want to learn about it, man. You know, there's a lot of plans for content in the future. Switching things up, constantly experimenting. Of course, the summit is a new thing. The next project is a new thing, and there's plenty of other new things I want to do and try. And frankly, it's just because of the inventor inside me, but also reaching different audiences. So there's a lot we can do. Okay, I'm just setting some things up here. Good stuff. Cause it's the rhythm of the night. Alright. Different song. Hey, Mark Sermon. I am still thinking that you're somebody else and that's the name you're using on YouTube. Unless your name actually is Mark Sermon. Pronunciation above for you. Oh, that's the pronunciation. You speak French all of a sudden, DK? Since when? So, you speak Australian, you speak English? No, I was kidding. English, Australian. Australian's its own language. New Zealand language, sorry, not Australia. Same thing to me. I'm so bad. Bonsoir, bonsoiré. I just said it exactly as you said it, so. I speak a little bit of lots. Nice. Good stuff. Yeah. Elaine. Welcome back. Yes, sir. We have quite a lot of great interviews today. Good variety. Fred probably heard me say that and he's like, what? That's not French. Did I say it right, Fred? Was that correct? I don't know. Bonsoir, bonsoir, Ray. V Gates. Anyone speak German? Anyways. We're just gonna chill to the music and I'll start up very shortly. I have everything set up. Thank you guys. I have many ideas for video games if somebody ever wants to ask me. I actually have like written out blueprints for a bunch of things, but I would need help with it. And there's a lot of coding and type of stuff that I don't know how to do. And there's other things I do know how to do, but anyways. Mark, I think you're still somebody else. I think you're somebody. I think your name is Mike, but I'm not going to say anything about it. Just the way you talk, I think I know who you are. You're a friend of mine. But I'm not going to assume. You'll be my friend anyways, just for hanging out. and staying tuned. So, alright, I still got... So, my only yellow shirt that I have, which I don't think I've ever used in a video. What's up? How's it going? This book, What Anarchy Isn't, check it out. One of the resources you can download for the summit, one of the days. I think it's might be today. It's either day 4 or day 5. You can download this book from Larkin Rose. A short one. Not a lot of people know he wrote this. It's just like his other books he did on taxation. They're not as popular as his other book, The Most Dangerous Superstition, which I have back there. But nonetheless, it's still a very good book. It definitely goes over a lot of people's concerns. Definitely recommend checking it out. But thank you guys for joining me, because we have a lot of very interesting interviews today. One in which is a lot about personal experience. Somebody who's been in the Army, well, in the law enforcement. Sorry. We have other people who we interviewed from the Army, like Stephen Magger on day 1. But this Dan Arnold, he has been in law enforcement for over 30 years. He has a lot of experience with it. He has a channel where he's been putting out videos pretty consistently. He's always trying to improve upon himself, and ever since he realized how much of a game it is and how much it's not really helping the world. People are told that these enforcers are here to serve and protect the people. And I don't need to say it to you. You can hear from him yourself. He wrote a whole book about his experience and his awakening, which you can also get for free on the page. So if you haven't checked it out, we're going to be going over the replays for day 5. And day 5 has those resources where you can download that book, like I mentioned, and Dan Arnold's book. So, you got books to read. that can take a good amount of time, but definitely a lot of great information inside of it. So be sure to check that out. His website is Spiritual Anarchist 93. We go deep into a lot of this about enforcement, right, and what we can do in a free world, and is it really true that we're being protected and served, and our rights can be protected and served. A lot of people say that is the necessary function of government in these institutions. So it's just a matter of time till we realize, is that actually benefiting humanity or is it not? And we can see throughout history even, right? Has it benefited humanity when often they're just the people who are bringing the people to the death camps? That's not a good scenario, right? World War II. We don't want to repeat that. So having to break that down, we need to look at this and hear from personal experience how these people have in their mentality such an ego that they can't get rid of, as he describes in his book. It's literally titled Violence and Ego. And he has several books, actually. It's going to be incredible. So the first interview, like I said, is Daniel Arnold. And the second interview is Justin Bauman. Now, he is an individual. His website is Liberty Solutions Now. He has a bunch of resources, and he's very open. He likes to talk with everyone, and he's got like a really nice podcast, very simple, right to the point, beautiful work. And then we also have Brandon Smith, who also does a live stream pretty often on his channel, where he interviews many different people live to his audience, and he'll take questions and stuff like that, and he talks about everything, everything you can think of under the sun, he's talked about. So I think you guys will like these people, because you're going to get a wider range of different topics to talk about. And the first one, like I said, is covering this idea that so many people are stuck on, which is law enforcement. We need security, we need defense, we need to protect our rights. So I think this will be a good episode to start off with. And then, of course, as we go after the interviews, we'll play some extra videos. What I'm not going to play is my interview, okay, because I included my interview as part of day 5 at the featured videos section. So in case you want to see me being interviewed about the 5 reasons why we were all still enslaved, you can check that out. But it's a little long, so I figured not to include it in tonight's rotation because we have plenty of other great content to show instead. There's also a ton of resources in a compilation in OneDrive that Active Research put together, and he's somebody who joins the chat on here once in a while and somebody who follows a lot of people's works from this community. He put together basically a whole drive of information that is ultimately endless in research. So if you are somebody who likes to research and somebody who likes to look deep into everything, then that drive is good for you. He's got backups and backups of everybody's content. It's really great that there's somebody out there doing that. He's archiving everything. Okay, so definitely check that out. Again, that's day 5. So today we're going over day 5. Tomorrow's day 6. Some people are asking about day 1 and day 2. Don't worry, there's going to be replays at all the end. There's going to be several final days where people can go back to any day they want, any resource, anything. Okay, and then, if you feel like you missed something, you can always go back to it. Day 1, I consider the fundamentals. So if somebody's completely new to, all this summit and you're completely new to all these perspectives, you can email me and I'll send information directly to day 1 because I think day 1 could always be reminded upon. But I will say that all the speakers from day 1 reposted their interviews on their own channels anyway. And that's part of the reason why I, did it this way, to make it more exclusive, to make it where people have the choice of what they want to listen to. It's not overwhelming. And there's a lot of different factors as to why I structured it a certain way. And either way, it will become more public and everything will be shared. And it's all going to be out there for everybody anyways at the end of the day. But we encourage that people clip it. We encourage that people share it across their channels, then they can get the credit for it. They can make the message louder. And it's not about me. It's not about my channel. It's about the message. So that's why, another reason why I have it set up that way. Thank you guys for joining me. SP, welcome back. And like I said, Fred, Elaine, DK, Kathy, it's going to be great. So thank you guys for hanging out. And like I said, share the stream with anybody who does not know about any of this. Share the summit. Let's keep getting it out there. Thank you guys. Let's get going. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I'm your host, Corey Angelot, here with my co-host, Aaron Butler, and here with a very special guest, somebody who has a lot of years of experience. He's a former United States Marine and a 30-year veteran of law enforcement and security. In addition to hospital and prison security work, he is a respected martial arts trainer who has competed in some combat sports, but concentrates primarily on real-world self-defense. Dan is his name. Dan Arnold is an ACE certified fitness instructor and is currently an NRA certified firearms instructor with marksmanship awards for both pistol and rifle. He's a, sorry if I say this correctly, Baptist certified. Baptiste. Yeah, Baptiste. Certified yoga teacher, speaker, and researcher. My goodness, so much. You're also the author of Violence and Ego, Understanding the Principles of Functional Self-Defense, and Rise from Darkness. Who are they, in quotes? And your website is spiritualanarchist93.com. So that's quite a bit right there to unpack, and I think we can go into this because what we're going to talk about mainly is how you escaped the cult of enslavers. So maybe give us a little bit of context on what you mean by cult of enslavers first.
Well, I came to understand that any type of law enforcement or military is basically you're a paid mercenary, and it's oh god, I'm so angry from what's happening last week with those kids in Texas. Okay, I got stuff to say about that, so I'm trying to like hold my anger in at the same time. They work for the cult of order givers, and they are the order followers, and it's all one satanic cult. And it's never made more clear than when you're working in this line of work and you're at this internal, you got this like strife going on within yourself. If you have a conscience, you there's a lot of contradictions in it, and there's a lot of people who got into it for what they consider to be right reasons to protect and serve, but then they find out that they're not really protecting and serving shit, but what these immoral politicians want you to. There's too much what I would call selected enforcement of certain classes, of certain races even. The biggest thing I had to deal with in my career that I didn't like was just giving out minor misdemeanor tickets. Like, I didn't want to be Mr. Mean-er. I didn't want to give those out. I did once, and I did a couple times, but after I made this lady cry, I'm like, fuck that. I'm not doing this no more. So, and I got in trouble for it. And I've been speaking out openly for a couple years, but especially the last year about all this, and I'm losing money because of it. So they're fucking with me still, and I don't give a shit. But yeah, that's what I consider to be the cult. It's become abundantly clear. Not only will they use excessive force, and I was a use of force instructor in that line of work as a defensive tactics instructor. They will use excessive force in order to, and then they will stand down and do absolutely nothing, which is still an action. Doing nothing is an action when they're told to, and that doing nothing is cowardly. My whole thing about law enforcement is your main thing is to protect and serve. And hey, guys in Texas, you just had a really great chance to protect and serve, and forget about the rest of that oath, just the oath to protect, and you blew it. Okay, because you guys you're immoral. They had a chance to. It's an immoral. It's wrong employment, is what it boils down to. I really had to come to that realization back in 2019, and I can go on and on. Like that's why you guys ask questions. But like since I grew my hair out, they want me to do. They asked me if I wanted to come back and do Vice.
I can relate to a lot of what you said. My background, I've been a firefighter and EMT for about 6 years, and so I spent a lot of time with law enforcement and even inside hospitals. And what really woke me up was, like you said, it's a selective. If they like you, if they know you, if they know your family or whatever, you're part of the club. But if they don't know you and you're a stranger to them, they're going to steal from you, give you tickets, take your time, give you misdemeanors and whatever. But that was a huge wake up call when you find out that it is just a little club, even in your small hometown or your county. It's a club. And if you're not in it, you're at the other end of the stick,
It was the same thing because one of the departments I'm not going to name that I was on had its own very real life Game of Thrones going on. And if you're not in the clique, everyone's fighting and backstabbing each other to try to get promoted because order following is not a natural state. The 5-year-old in every single one of us wants to say, "You're not the boss of me." So every cop does not want to be. They want to become a higher level order follower and get promoted. So the amount of backstab. I'm not saying there isn't some type of camaraderie in some little cliques in some places, but I think we all start to, as human beings, assimilate our environment. Which is like when I worked in a prison, I had to be very careful because there are very evil people in the prison. But there were some very nice people in the prison that shouldn't have been in there. People doing drugs, people smoking marijuana, they shouldn't have been in there.
Victimless.
And they're victimless crimes. And they're in there with a guy literally who ate people in one of my pods, fucking Dr. Lecter, next to a guy who was in there because he was dealing marijuana. Wow. And what kind of education does that give to somebody who's in there for dealing marijuana, and he's in there with murderers and people who eat people? It's monetized. The whole prison system to a criminal justice system is monetized, and as soon as that starts to happen, it's the same thing with healthcare. It becomes corrupted.
Yeah, totally. Well, you have the caged, and then the people who keep people in cages. Who's really better
was
in
a-
that situation.
That was a tough job too, because we run into some things, and there's just some really evil people that belong in there. But like in a real anarchist society, and we're not going to get into that like immediately. It's going to take some years to rise to that level of consciousness, not a large level, not just a little village here or there. Those kind of people that can't be rehabbed to be see you next life.
Yeah.
Following a true self-defense principle, bye. You just hurt a kid, you just murdered somebody, bye.
Reciprocal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that plays into where you see people like in jail and they have different offenses, and you're like, well, they're all in the same condition. They all have the same punishment.
Yeah.
How is that justice? Justice should be reciprocal accordingly to the action that was committed. And,
Right.
even in a free world, people can set up court systems, right? They can set up common law courts, perhaps, and they can still settle things, disputes, two people, voluntary. If they want to
Right.
settle something, they bring it to somebody and they see them as honest and equitable, etc., then they're going to probably use that as a service. These things are still going to exist. There's still such a thing as justice, perhaps, in a free society. And it's interesting hearing from somebody who was involved in a justice system that a lot of people may be aware of
Right.
a government type of system, and how we may be able to compare that to how it'd work in a free system. So I want to kind of go more into that then. What made you get involved with law enforcement, if I may ask? Like, how'd you get involved in the first place? What made you want to?
Man, to protect and serve. I watched G.I. Joe as a kid. I watched cop shows. I've seen Eddie Murphy go to L.A. and swing around on the back of a truck and be a hero doing whatever, although he was just trying to bust people for, cigarettes. We're socially engineered, so that's how we're going to serve. And if you think back to, the early 90s when we had like the Gulf War and stuff going on, you'd see these billboards, right? And I put this on one of my earlier podcasts. My early podcasts really sucked. They're getting a little bit better, but in the beginning they were complete. That was a train wreck. But the billboards, cops, military, your heroes, right? And in 2020, those billboards were gone. And next thing you know, it's medical people and doctors and nurses are the new heroes. So it's all social engineering. I got into it because I believed I was going to make a difference. I believed that I was serving something greater than myself. And, lo and behold, I found out I was, but it wasn't good. That's the hard part. I get upset about it. I drove by like a couple years back. I drove by a police car. I'm no longer a cop. But I drove by and I'm like, God, they can't be the bad guys. And keep in mind, I was an abused kid. So when the police would show up at my house, they took the bad man away. So they were my fucking heroes. And to find out and to see this is what they're doing and then to be involved in the work. And what happens is you get involved with it and you become a great conflict with yourself. And next thing you know, you become real bitter. I was bitter. Still am. I'm still working on it. I'm 75% better in the public. I had someone tell me down in Float Fresh that she admired me because I didn't wait till I was 100% better to start getting out there. She didn't want to put herself out there, so she knew she was completely healed. No, I'm still half a train wreck. I've had trains stop in front of my house to say, hey, what's Dan doing? I mean, literally, if I waited till I was 100%, I won't be talking. The world's burning.
Wow.
So I'm healing in plain view. Maybe it'll be the name of my third book, Healing in Plain View.
Here you go. Honestly, your experience is powerful. I mean, because like having that experience is something that I can't say I have. To be in their system and then to leave it, to have that perspective and to see them as your heroes, and then to say, wait, are they really? Like that's incredible. I mean, because I consider myself very heavily order following when I was a kid. I wasn't very unobedient. A lot of the kids were disobedient to their authorities. I wasn't. I was the one who followed orders all the time, but yet here I am now, not really, following orders of authorities and questioning now everything that is said to me. Isn't that interesting how that works?
I was a terrible order follower. Okay. And what I mean by that is I had good, employee evaluations and stuff like that. I left back in 2015 of my own free will. I wasn't under any duress to quit. It wasn't like I was some bad cop who took, bribes and shit like that. But I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, anyways, I got a story. So I had this captain I worked with who used to, and this is in my book. I tell stories in my book. That's all I do is I tell the stories. And this was a captain I worked with. He was another former United States Marine. And he used to call me IA, and it stood for Individual Arnold. Okay, as in, oh, we just want to be an individual now, don't we? Well, because in the Marine Corps, that's what the drill instructors would say to you. You screw up, you're not working as part of the unit. You know, they want worker bees, they want drones, they want people who, you know, they train you for immediate obedience to orders. So you'll follow the orders without question. And so if you were not doing that, they'd say, it was like a joke. Oh, so we're just an individual now. I'm trying to sound like a drill instructor. We're just an individual. So he started calling me Individual Arnold because my last name's Arnold. And I thought that was funny because 2 years ago when I was writing that in my book and telling that story, they don't want, I am an individual, but what they want is they don't want IA as Individual Arnold. They want AI as an artificial intelligence. And I wrote that back in 2020, and boy, is that out there now, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, man, when you were saying that, I had a lot of ideas pop up. But another thing that also comes to mind is how many people I talk to who are former, not just police, but veterans as well. They fought in the war, and how many of them from those experiences start to really realize what's happening. Surreal experiences. Some of them, it's like they don't expect to get into it. It leaves a trauma with them, and so it's interesting how they go from this cause, like you said, of I'm doing this for a moral higher purpose, and then they really question: is it moral? Who are these people that I'm fighting? Who is it? These people I'm coercing?
Right?
Do they have the right to be coerced? What are their rights? Did they ever go over what a right is when you were in law enforcement?
No, not what a real right is. And I have a friend of mine he's my adopted son. He's in the Marine Corps, and he's a sergeant. I've been trying to talk him to get him out, getting out because he hasn't been involved in any conflicts. And I'm like, I want you out before you're the first kid on your block with a confirmed kill. I don't want you fighting for this bullshit. So I'm working on getting him out. And I don't talk to him like that all the time, but sometimes I do. I asked him one day, and this was a couple years back, so do you know what a right is? What's your right? And he's like, well, whatever I'm legally allowed to do, or whatever I'm told I'm able to do. And it's like, oh my God, that's not a right.
That already assumes that it's not nature, it's not natural. Yeah.
Right. And when I first heard it put that way by, Mark Passio, I don't like to mention his name every time I talk about natural law, but the guy's kind of known, right?
Yeah.
It was funny when I called into his show and I said that, he's like, oh, really? It was like funny, but when I heard him put it that way, man, that was like a real wake up that our rights are verbs. They're not adjectives. They are verbs. And when I explained that to him, to this, my adopted son, he was like, you could almost see their eyes. Like they don't get it. It's almost like when I got into this debate with a friend of mine, and she was all angry. She's a feminazi, and she was all angry, that I was debunking everything she had to say about, this experimental gene therapy that they want to shoot into all of us. And see, what's going on is she used to be more awake than she is. She works at a hospital now, so she's her opinion is formed by her pocketbook, like so many people. And, for me, because I'm speaking out, I'm losing money. They're screwing with my retirement, which I don't care. For right now, I'm okay. But I knew that was going to happen eventually. So you can't be afraid of that. It is what it is.
Have you ever, this is a side question, but it might relate to some of the people who are watching. Have you ever had an experience dealing with people who call themselves sovereigns or people who are not U.S. citizens, perhaps?
Okay. No, not personally, but what we would get with these, we would get these texts over the law enforcement computer program, NCIC or leads, and then they would give us like in a roll call, be careful. There's these groups that we've been seeing around here. They're called the sovereign citizens, and they don't recognize, our authority. They don't recognize the state. They don't recognize this and that, and they're giving people a lot of trouble. And I'm immediately thinking, I'm working over in gang territory, man. And this was a point where I was working over with some really murderous gangs, bad stuff. And I'm thinking, these people are even worse than that, because, I was even, this was, 10, 15 years ago. I'm like, whoa, I got to be careful. Now I'm like, oh my God, I'm one of them. And so is everyone I know. Like, literally, like, not a sovereign citizen. I would never want to, like, murder a cop, or murder anybody, but I get where they're coming from. They don't want to recognize your authority if you're a cop. And you know what? You don't have any. You don't have any. I purposely got this anarchy symbol inside of a 5-point star because I wanted to wear a new badge, but it's anarchy. I want freedom over my heart, not the stuff that they're doing.
Wow, that's awesome.
I know who they are as far as the sovereign citizens, but my opinion of what they are has definitely improved since back then. But I never had to deal with any of them.
Yeah. We're going to feature some on the summit. I hope people will stay tuned and see that as well, because it can help us achieve more freedom within our lives, to recognize more of who we are, of course, to understand ourselves. And this is a common theme among a lot of the people we talk to, is learning from yourself and learning and seeking what's inside. So you also got into martial arts, right? What made you get involved with martial arts? Was it you getting into law enforcement, or was that a separate pursuit?
No, I've been in martial arts since I was 10.
Wow.
So some of the stuff that I had to, I grew up in a city that was, I had a lot of fights as a kid, right? Self-defense situations as a kid. Go in school. As you get older, you don't just go and get into fights anymore. It ain't like that. Most of my adult violence or fights came from in the line of duty. And I don't, I can go in so many different directions. I became a martial artist because I never again wanted to see myself or anyone I loved be bullied on again. I wanted to be able to protect myself. So I got into it for self-defense and stayed in it my whole life. And I'm still in it. And I still train to the degree that I can. As I'm getting older, I'm 51 years old now. As you get older, you have to balance out. Balance is the key to everything. It's even the key to vices. It's the key to everything. So I had to slow down some of my training, but I still train. I'm not going to stop martial. The day I die, I'll probably have done some kind of training that day. Something. I don't care if it's Tai Chi. So yeah, I've been in martial arts a long time. Although I don't think I'm Bruce Lee or anything. I've been told I'm decent at it.
And you mentioned functional self-defense in your book. May I ask what that is?
Yes, you may. Functional self-defense would be what Bruce Lee would call the daily subtraction, not the daily addition of techniques. So one of the things I talk about functional self-defense is, well, you got unarmed fighting. You got armed fighting with a knife or a stick. You got tactical stuff with firearms. You got empty hand stuff. So functional would be coming up with a concept that works across all those planes. Sort of like, in the Hermetic principles, every principle is working across every other plane of every other principle. Well, if you can come up with a concept for all those different disciplines of fighting, self-defense, whatever, and that concept applies to all of them, that's less you have to remember. So it becomes more functional.
Okay.
So that's some of the stuff I talked about and covered in the book.
Right.
I also talk about, there's a lot of ego in the law enforcement community. There's a lot of ego in martial arts. A lot of people have this, usually they have this overinflated sense of what they can actually do versus, or what they think they can do versus what they can actually do. Or they have one type of martial arts that they're egoically, kind of attached to. Like, I break the martial arts down into 3 categories. I'll go through this real quick. It's reality-based self-defense, sport, combat sport, and traditional. So traditional martial arts would be more like you see guys doing katas, and they do bone hardening and traditional stuff like that, and karate, taekwondo. Even Muay Thai is actually a traditional martial art, even though it's a combat sport. Combat sports, on the other hand, is you're not trying to actually kill somebody. You're just, working around, you're sparring, and it's really good for timing and distancing. because you need that live training. And like I said on the, I think everybody at one point in their life should be punched in the face just to see that they're not fragile and that they can take it. And combat sports will kind of do that. It helps develop character, but it's not real life, because if you put your mind into that, you're going to get yourself killed out there. Reality-based self-defense is scenario-based. Reality-based self-defense is understanding that all violence is, as far as fighting is concerned, is either, a self-defense situation, or, when you've already probably been hurt. Okay, you've already taken damage. So really self-defense is the ability to fight while you're already hurt. Or it's a duel, an ego-driven duel. And it could be a combat sport, MMA, or two guys in a bar puffing out their chest because of a chick or whatever. And, hey, we're going to go out in the parking lot and fight. Yeah, I agree to fight you. It's still violence, but it's a duel. So it's either agreed upon or you're not a party to that situation. You want nothing to do with it, or it's self-defense. So I get into that kind of stuff in the book too. And I think that a good balance has to be struck between those three types of martial arts. Yeah. Traditional, combat sport, and reality-based. If you got that right balance, you're good. So I talk about how you could find an instructor that can give you that balance.
Yeah. I mean, that's really important to mention in my view, because people can have that knowledge, and that knowledge is just like learning how to grow food. It's something that will last with you and help you survive.
Right.
So it's something that, and I don't know, not a lot of people will necessarily talk about it. A lot of the guests that we have on the summit. So I figured, you would have a lot of expertise on that. So thank you for sharing a little bit about that. You also mentioned that you experience a lot within your book, because I read some of it and I really liked it. I like how it's worded as well. And you mentioned that you experienced the supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
So could you explain a little bit about that? Because this all plays into how you've come to be. And
yeah, it really does. And so back in 2014, I had what I would call the dark night of the soul. And without going into great details in the book, I'll say, I had some unhealthy coping mechanisms. Okay. Out of balance behaviors, out of balance habits. And they caught up with me. And I was basically talked into volunteering myself to go into a psychiatric ER, emergency room, which ended up in a voluntary 6-7 day psych ward admittance. Okay. Well, on that particular day, I mean, I can really get into so many different things. I don't want to come at this the same way I originally did when I put the book out there, because I want people to read the book and understand, hey, man, this is an action-packed fiction on what can happen to a person if they're working for a law enforcement agency of some kind and they get thrown under the bus because they got hurt on duty. Okay. So I want people to understand that this could happen. So what ended up happening was they gave me the cocktail when I was in the psych ER. The cocktail is what calms you down. Okay. So you want to talk about Tales from the Crypt, Natural Law? You know how many times I was on call to protect staff while they gave that cocktail to somebody, which is just a cocktail to calm them down. And now all of a sudden they wanted to do it to me. And I found out that one of the officers went up to went to the captain and said, hey man, this is Dan we're dealing with. Do we have a plan in case he fights?
Wow.
Or whatever. And the captain was like, well, just pepper spray him and hope for the best. Right. Not thinking back on it, I get goosebumps, because I think their plan was to murder me, to be honest with you. Because on paper, I'm this tough dude on paper. In real life, I'm not. I'm scared a lot. I'm even nervous talking now. And anytime I do something, I'm nervous. I just do it anyway.
You're human.
Yeah, exactly. So, I know I can handle myself in a fight, but on paper, I'm way tougher than I am in real life. Okay. And especially what they had, down. Their threshold for deadly force with me, because of that, would have been a lot lower than someone else. So now when they came in to offer me the cocktail, okay, I'll take it. If it's going to make them relax, that I'm not going to do something, and it's going to make me more relaxed. I know what the cocktail does. It puts you to sleep. So it put me to sleep for a while. Wake up, they gave it to me again. Okay, this is all in the psych ER.
Okay.
And then later on, before they transferred me, they gave me a couple other shots, like right before I got to the ward. And I'm thinking to myself at that time, because I was tired and a little out of it, why are they giving me more stuff? And I'm like, okay, you know, and again, this is in connection to a government medical facility that'll remain unnamed over, you know, public stuff for right now. But they know who I'm talking about, so that's why I'm getting my retirement messed with. They gave me something, and if you read that part of my book, I was very descriptive in what I experienced, and I think what I experienced was some form of DMT mixed with some other type of hallucinogen, because I had a very dark experience when I was in that ward. The walls were coming alive, shit was happening, and I knew that I was hallucinating. Okay. And it all boils down to, and here's about that hallucination. I've heard DMT is intense, only 15 minutes, but there's other forms of like LSD and other type of stuff that can last a day or two. Well, the most intense part of it only lasted that night, but I was still like having after effects for like a day or two. The next day I was still like, wow. I mean, I was better, but they gave me a cocktail of something. I knew I have enough training to know that something was wrong when I was going through this main hallucinating. And what it all boils down to is the questions they asked me the next day. So they sit you down. First off, let me back off. I'll back up for 1 second real quick. The reason why most people don't go to get help is because the helping mechanism itself is very dehumanizing. Okay? Very dehumanizing. You go to get help, next thing you know, they're making you get naked and they're looking at your butthole. Tell me who wants to do that. You got to get strip searched. It's the whole process is dehumanizing as hell. And I put that in the book. So now fast forwarding to these questions they have to ask you. They put you on these panels with psychologists and psychiatrists and everything. And there's one main guy who I know. See, there's lots of little nuances that I get into in the book a little bit, but probably not as far as I should. This was some MK Ultra shit because I knew who he was. I recognized him from other stuff, from other work that I did, and he's asking me all these questions. So what it all boils down to is this. They had a line of questioning that they did with me. And the very last question was, were you hallucinating last night? Okay. So this is a trick on interview and interrogation. And this was a psych doctor. They had a gauge. They had a baseline on my answers to all their other questions. But they already knew the answer to that last question. So now that would give them the definite gauge on, was I telling the truth for these other questions versus that last question, were you hallucinating last night? And I was like, no, sir. Wow. I was hallucinating my ass off. And he knew I was lying. The way he looked at me, he knew I was lying. So, here's the thing. They tried to get me to cheat on my wife. They wanted to get footage of me cheating on my wife. They tried to get a couple friends to turn against me. There's a lot of little operations that were going on. I think they were also afraid that I might have known something. Who knows? There were some other things going on. And if they can isolate you like that, what if I would have told the truth? Yeah, I was hallucinating. What if I would have not known that they gave me something? And I said, yeah, I was hallucinating. Then they would have had the excuse they needed to start giving me antipsychotics. Do you know what that does to a person who's not psychotic?
Makes you psychotic.
It makes you psychotic.
Yeah.
So what happens is you get lost in that, and they can then have this narrative that Dan just lost his mind and blah, blah, blah. And I wouldn't have help on the outside. But I had help on the outside because my wife was showing up. My family was showing up. People came there. So this isn't some lone veteran that we can just go ahead and fuck up now. So that was a dark night of the soul. So now to get to the supernatural stuff that I started experiencing, it seemed to happen a few months after that. So like, I know ayahuasca and DMT sometimes open up these portals for people to be, all of a sudden become more spiritual. Maybe it opened up something for me, but I was starting to get, I would almost say telepathic communications with animals, with birds, a lot of bird signs and stuff coming like that. And no, it wasn't like Dr. Doolittle. I didn't have a conversation with the bird. How you doing, Dan? How you doing, Mr. Bird? It wasn't like that. What it ends up being like is you get an impression. Okay, you get an impression. It's more like a statement from the animal. And you have to understand that animal is, if it's an animal that's not from your area normally. So it's not really a local that's there a lot. Or it is from your area, but it's completely acting out of character. Like, that's not how a robin acts. That's not how a dove acts. And what were you contemplating? What made a contemplation? What were you thinking about? Or what action had you taken that brought about all of a sudden the spirit guide getting there? And I started to notice I started to notice a pattern with it. In fact, I still do. I was listening to just a few weeks back. It was the very last show of that Mark did on Thelema. He's taking calls, and some of the synchronicities in the calls and what people were saying, like, oh my God, are you kidding me? So I'm like, maybe I should call in. I know I've talked to him once, but maybe I should call back in. And I've got the pictures. I'll post them. This dove lands down underneath a tent, comes and just looks at me. And I'm like, no, this can't be still happening, man. You know, so I scoot over a little bit so the dove can't see me. The dove hops over and just looks at me. It's not acting like a bird. It's not acting nervous from predators. It's on the ground where there's cats. Normally birds want to be up above things. So I had a lot of that kind of stuff happen. Some of it was happening in conjunction with my bad habits. Did I have self-control? Or did I not have self-control when I was trying to get over certain unhealthy coping mechanisms? Did I exercise self-control that day, which is like a muscle? The more you use it, the stronger it gets. Or did I give in to some lower base desire? So this was some of the stuff that I started to experience, and I hadn't started to experience this until the spring of 2015, and it got crazy in 2017, actually, after I nearly died. It was nuts. That was nuts. I remember I was doing the dishes, and I was having the best time of my life doing the dishes because I was alive. I had almost just died. My back problem had me like paralyzed, and they were giving me all this medication. They were giving me Dilaudid every 3 to 4 hours. So you want to talk about withdrawals? I was in the hospital for like 6 days, 7 days, unable to walk. They let me go on the 8th day. They gave me hydromorphone or something that's like the pill form of Dilaudid. And I was editing my first book when I got home, Violence and Ego. And I was on it for like 8 hours. I just got on it, and I had like 400 corrections to make because of this company that messed me up, and they gave me back that's a whole other story. But I had to make these corrections, and then all of a sudden, like by the end of that day, I'm feeling like, what's wrong with me? I felt terrible. I thought I was going to die. Like I had never felt so just bad, hurting headache, bad headache, everything, just like this sense of doom. And I call my mom because she's a nurse, and I tell her what's going on. She's like, honey, have you been taking your pain meds? I'm like, no. She's like, you need to take one. After 8 days of taking Dilaudid, she's like, you're going through withdrawals. So this whole experience, I had never gone through withdrawals before, but yet I had dealt with many people who had. Okay. Now, was I as compassionate towards them as I should have been? Maybe not.
Because you didn't experience it yourself.
Maybe not. And maybe natural law, maybe this was several years later. Maybe this is my own karma. Hey, bro, check this out. This is how this is. Just like when you did standbys at the psych ER for somebody who is talking about other dimensions and they think he's crazy. Well, with what I've experienced, he might not be, but they're forcing medication. So you're there, and this is giving me issues too, to protect staff while this person gets forced fucking medications. Which bothers me because you're the lowest level of force, okay, that any law enforcement can have. I'll tell people this all the time, or I'll ask, do you know what the lowest level of force is? And we have to tell officers, your presence, if you're in a uniform, your presence is the lowest level of force because it's got a suggestion to it. It's coercive. So the threat of force is there for that patient. And that's, hey, I got to deal with that myself. So that's part of that's in this book. And this is what I talk about, my negative consequential effects of natural law based on my employment.
Yeah.
And so but go ahead.
No, that's just, it's so powerful because you went from, being in this system of, like you said, ego and maybe say materialism, and going to a spiritual position out of that is just amazing. And you go over sort of what I see as the golden rule, right? Do unto others what you want done unto you.
Right.
And that basically is morality in a nutshell.
Yes.
And so if we can now, tie this into what people must know, what you think people must know based on your experience, how would you tie that up? What would you say that people must know from all your experience?
Well, I'm going to get to that back at the dishes. I'm doing the dishes. A blue jay lands on the fence. Again, a low fence. Looks at me for a little bit, and then its head just starts going up and down crazy, and it's yelling at me. All kinds of stuff. Well, they say if a blue jay is visiting you, it could be like a dearly departed, female family member. And I was like, that's my nana. That's my grandmother. And she's cussing at me in Sicilian. Like, get your shit together. You almost just died, But anyways, that's the kind of stuff that I experienced with that. My message to anybody about this whole thing, my message is directly to order followers. Get out of your immoral line of fucking work. That's my main message. That's my main niche. I have just enough knowledge about natural law to know what I experienced as an order follower. From a point of self-preservation, get out of it if you have any type of conscious. But from a point of just morality, my message is that the importance for order followers to understand what true objective morality under the creator, under creation is how we are. And I put this on the page of my front page of my website. Every atrocity throughout humanity has been committed by action takers, by order followers, mercenaries, and politicians, especially in America today. They obfuscate morals better than anybody. They operate in that little gray zone. See, there's black and white, how a lot of people think, but there's this real gray area that they like to operate in. And they want to obfuscate morals and make you think you're doing the good thing. Like what happened in Texas. Okay. I have a theory about that, but I'm not going to go with the theory. I'm going to go with the actual conspiracy. The conspiracy is order followers were given an order not to act while children were either being murdered or supposedly being murdered. That's the conspiracy. And they didn't, and they followed that fucking immoral order to not act. Let's go do a no-knock raid on some house, and it's the wrong house because the intelligence is wrong, and we murder somebody trying to protect his family. It's okay for that because it was for drugs, and the state needs to get their tax money. But hey, kids are being murdered. Let's stand down and act like retards while kids are being murdered. And you got a whole fucking SWAT team there. I served on 2 SWAT teams. Excuse my language. I start getting very pissed about it. I served on 2 different SRT teams. I wouldn't have followed that order. One time in 2001, I was working in a city hospital, and this guy, we had to strap down this patient. Okay. Soft restraints. They brought him in from an outside. It was an outside agency, brought him in. The guy grabbed him by the throat, fucking hit him across the face a couple times. I'm like, I grabbed the dude. I throw the dude down. I did my fucking job and stopped him. And then I wrote him up and he got fired. He's from another agency. But that's what you're supposed to do. Do your job. That's what protecting is. Kids were being murdered and you didn't go in. Now, you want to hear my theory on that?
Sure.
My theory is there might not have even been any murders going on. My theory is that somebody could have been hired from the government to go in there and shoot rounds into the ground because there was no resource officer. Shoot rounds into the ground. They make an announcement in the school. There's an active shooter, go do active shooters. They hear the gun going off. It's going to reverberate through a school like you wouldn't believe. And everyone panics. Everyone's in fear, thinking some, mass shootings going on. And we've already seen in the world what fear makes people believe. and there might not have been no shooting. Now, if you have some guy who's going to be doing that, this is just way out there. But if you had a guy who's not going to really be killing anybody, just going to be making it seem like there was, and you're shooting into the ground, would you want a resource officer in there who maybe is moral and would go towards the gunfire, turn the corner, see some dude shooting into the ground, and then that guy gets hosed? So that's my theory. It very well could have been completely fake. That's a theory. I don't think it was fake. They obviously do not care about murdering people. But I'm disgusted by the actions or the inactions that the cops took there.
It's scary to even think that they have the ability to do whatever they want if they wanted to.
Yes.
Right? Because relating this back to slavery, claim to have a claim of ownership over other people or their property or businesses and schools over nearly everything, is it not? Are you aware of something called the slave patrol in the 1800s?
It sounds somewhat familiar, and it was to be put into opposition against the Underground Railroad when they were trying to rescue slaves, and sort of like a fifth column type of thing that were trying to rescue slaves, and that they were to find those slaves and return them, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I just, I want to get your thoughts on this, because relating this back to the idea of slavery, I mean, if you look at a lot of the roots of modern day policing, you find out the slave patrol.
Well, and a lot of times we were referred to as patrol officers, right? And I just think to myself, troll officers, and trolls need to be slayed, not laid. And that's one of the things that we used to always say, because friends of mine, I was always nicknamed Thor. So they're like, why don't you go out and kill some trolls or some frost giants or something? And, and back during my younger days when I was, a little more promiscuous and stuff, I had friends of mine say, slay the trolls, don't lay the trolls. And it was just a completely off topic stuff, but they're called patrol officers, right? Trolls. So, it's kind of funny. Slave patrol and patrol officers, it's kind of the same thing. It's not funny. It's actually fucking sad, to be honest with you. And, I once had a friend, and when all this started kicking off back in 2020, I was trying to explain to two friends of mine. One of them was a feminazi, and she started, just puking out what the CDC says. And, she's like, well, didn't you once so proudly serve this government that you're talking bad about now? And I told her, pride is not the adjective I would use. Shame is the adjective I would use. Okay. And getting over that shame or that self-loathing, I'm over most of that. I'm not going to ever let shame be weaponized against me again. But there's still some anger. Now, is anger part of self-loathing? Could be, I guess. But the shame element isn't in anger. The anger that I have is what's leading me to take action. So it's what's going on is I've got this rage. It's anger, but it's like turning into a focused rage. And yes, some of it is leveled at myself for not waking up sooner. But it's more leveled at my handlers than it is anything else. And believe me, all of us got handlers. You guys got them too. Anybody in the One Great Work Network's got a handler out there. They're watching you. So it's more leveled at them than it is anything else. So it's turning into more of a focused rage. It's making me take action despite my, fear response or fear that you just naturally have. Fear of whatever, public opinion, fear of losing money, fear of, I said to myself, what's the worst thing that could happen? I become homeless? Who cares? I was in the infantry. I know how to live out in the woods for a little bit. I think I'd survive for a little bit. Like, I got all these personal problems going on, and I started to think to myself, my most personal problem right now is actually slavery. And, this is like another like little personal story. I don't want to put a lot of junk out there, but I was having a conversation with my wife back in the fall, and me and her have had some issues. And she was mad that I, paid for and donated to something that was very important to me. And it was when Derek was in town in Cleveland to do the what was he doing?
Activation tour?
The activation
Yeah.
tour. And Cleveland was not a hyperlink yet.
Okay.
Because there was no place to do it here yet. Well, I got a place, I secured it, and I wanted to meet him, and I wanted to see what that was about. I wanted to see, what was going on with that. And she was a little bit mad at me. And I was like, listen, you need to understand something. This cause is more important than you are to me. This cause is more important than my kids. And it's actually even more important than my own life, because if we lose this, none of that's going to be here anymore. So that's why I think, I like that I'm seeing more and more people coming together, because I think when we come together and realize, hey, don't worry about what kind of freedom you want. There's only freedom. I see different anarchists, kind of arguing with each other over whose anarchy is, whatever. And I jokingly said, hey, I was once in a subculture with a bunch of backstabbing. It was called law enforcement. I'm not getting into this to deal with that same bullshit. And this is what I would say to everybody. I'd look into and I mean this in humbleness, but I also mean this in all honesty. We have a larger enemy at the gate. Let's deal with that and forget about our own egos. That's the biggest thing that I see as the ego is the biggest thing, the biggest barrier to everyone coming together and actually having one concerted effort, as opposed to a bunch of minor spread out efforts, if that makes any sense.
Oh, yeah. Makes perfect sense. And I think experience does have to do a little bit about that, though, because you face the enemy face to face. And when you have a taste of their medicine, you start to really understand, okay, all this conjecture is not actually important. How labor and money is produced, these other man-made material things. No, there's spiritual principles at hand, and you're finding them through these experiences that can be hard at times, but that the hardest times can also teach us the most if we put ourselves through, if we allow ourselves to learn from it. Just as chaos as a teacher. You have a quote in your book. Do you mind if I read it?
No, go ahead, read it. Go ahead and read it.
It says, every action I take or think either comes from a space of fear or a space of love. Reaction gives away my power. Response takes away their power. So reaction gives away your power, and response takes away their power. Sorry, I read that wrong. But that's interesting. I like how you put that, because
I think I also added to that, I will never be freer the moment I am when I don't give a fuck what other people think about me. So that's in the book too, and I think that's how I ended that quote. And that's kind of hard, because we kind of care what other people think, but you have to function in a way where, okay, you'll take what other people think about you, but then you don't let it affect you for too long. Move on.
Apply the slavery.
Exactly. It's exactly what it is. And so don't become a slave to your own ego or a slave to what other people think about you, because then you're not going to get nothing done, and you live in a state of fear and anxiety instead of one of taking action despite fear. And like I said, I wanted to remain anonymous. I wanted the book to help people, but I wanted to be ambiguous. And
I appreciate you putting yourself out there on the front lines. I really appreciate you. Like, not for law enforcement, but for natural law enforcement.
Thank you. And as an aside, talking about that, like, as a cop, I only put 2 people in prison my entire career. Both of them were rapists. They were both sex offenders. So I was kind of enforcing natural laws back then, because I wouldn't mess with the little stuff. And they'd say to me, so what do you're too good to do the little stuff. You just want to do the big stuff. You don't want to write tickets, but you want to, get rapists and murderers. And ain't that what we're supposed to be here for? And child killers, active shooters. There's general orders that are on that are usually, SOPs, standard operational procedures, that departments will have, or administrative rules and regulations that every state will have. And part of that in there is, it is your duty to disobey immoral orders. And this is why the politicians are so good at obfuscating what morality is. And this is, again, why I believe objective morality is the key to getting law enforcement and military to quit their jobs, or to understand what actual objective morality is and disobey orders. Arrest those giving you those orders. I mean, one or the other, because we can't just magically make, all cops and military disappear. But if we can get them to start understanding objective morality and and understanding the obfuscation that's going on with that, with gender, with everything, maybe then they can start questioning themselves, have some self-reflection and introspection, because without those two things, there could be no forward growth for anybody in any endeavor. Like, it literally applies to everything. So that's one of my missions, is just to, I think that's going to be my main niche, try to get other order followers to stop doing it. I think there's a lot of good people in those lines of work that were just how and they're at conflict within themselves. They're just grumbled
people.
Yes. And then there's others who are just gleefully high and intoxicated with their supposed power. Okay.
Yeah.
They're still ego based. And now those are those younger cops still, 25 and under. But from what I'm seeing, I hate using ums in sentences, but from what I'm seeing, I think nurses and doctors are the biggest worry that I'm worried about. I'm more worried about them as order followers than I am anybody else, because literally everyone's doing what they're told to do.
It's anywhere you see any wrongdoing, right? If there's going to be people who permit that wrongdoing, then that wrongdoing is going to grow inevitably.
Yeah.
And I like to relate a lot of what you say to slavery, because to me, that's, my perspective on it. And I don't use the word anarchist. I like to say abolitionist, because I talk about ending slavery. And, it's essentially the same thing. We're recognizing that nobody should rule over anybody else. They don't have the right to, naturally. That's why I said you're sort of a natural law enforcement.
Yeah. Oh, I still got a little star with the anarchy symbol on it now too. And then that was my martial arts school symbol, was the anarchy star. So when people would come in and question that, if I didn't want to get in depth with them because I had something else going on, I'd be like, "Oh, that stands for A, Arnold, my last name," or it's "Hey, I'm a fan of the Avengers." I want to just yell out to everybody, all these different types of anarchists. It's time, man. Anarchists assemble. Honestly, it's so I like to joke around with people like that when I don't want to take the time to explore, and I don't have the time to try to explain to them that anarchy just means no rulers.
Yeah, that's why I like abolitionists, because it makes people think, and it tackles slavery, which is a moral issue. It's not an ideology, and it's pointing to an action. And it worked before. So I was like,
you know what? It begins with an A. That's cool. Another thing is if all slavery was abolished, anarchy would naturally be there. That's there'd be no rulers.
Well, it just so happens the abolitionists, most of them were anarchists as well.
Yeah.
And people don't know that. So it's powerful. How long would you say you were, we say this thing called statism, for people who don't know. It's the belief in authority, the belief that somebody has the right to rule you. Right. How long would you say you were a statist? How many years? I like to ask this question to everybody.
From the day I took my first breath, probably to the point where I was maybe 44 years old, 43 years old, and 42. That's when I had my dark night of the soul. But prior to that, it was happening in graduations, on realizing how screwed up it is, because it starts with realizing how screwed up and contradictive the system is. And then you start, how the universe is fractal. Well, so is the government. I worked on several different levels of government, and the worse up you get, it's all the same. So as I started to realize there's all these contradictions at every level of government, they put the contradictions and the compartmentalization up there to confuse the hell out of you anyway. They want to keep you in a state of where they can, and that state is not natural. So that's when I started to realize, look at the contradictions in the 7 deadly sins. It's all made to control humanity. And, I can get into that in my opinion on why that is, on some of those things. But I would say about that, I'd say like 44, 45 years old after my dark night of the soul in 2014. But when I nearly died in 2017, and I'd already gone through all this other stuff, is when I 100% knew. And I started experiencing all these signs, these supernatural signs that I called supernatural, that I now refer to, that I'm starting to understand them a little bit more simply natural. Things may have just been waking. They were always there. I just couldn't see them before. So now I was starting to see them because I was vibrating. I had a resonance and a vibration that drew that to me and allowed me to be able to actually see it. So that's when I set out to figure out the colloquial to figure out the tie between what we would scientifically call natural law, the science of natural law. And, again, science isn't like truth, nature's truth. Science is just a word we use to describe a process. But I set out to find the connection between science and the colloquial version of religion, because of what I was dealing with seemed to be a religious like experience. No, it was a spiritual experience. Now I'm coming to understand it was more of a consciousness experience. So that was in 2017 and 18. I wrote the first words to my book in August 5th, 2018 is when I wrote the first paragraph of Rise from Darkness. And then that's when I came across Hermetic Principles, and I ended up coming across those early in 2019. And then later in 2019 came across Mark's work and started doing more research on stuff. And, I wish I would have woke up earlier. But yeah, a lot of years. I'll stay this for a lot of years. So I'm at the point now where I'm trying to have, a little bit of empathy for people who look at you confused when you tell them you don't vote. And They try to tell you, well, it's your duty to vote. No, it's actually my duty not to vote. It's your duty not to vote also. Let's not, encourage them. If they're going to pick what they want anyways, don't vote. So a lot of years, man, a lot more years than I care to admit. So I see guys who I know are probably half my age doing this work. And I'm like, wow, it's amazing that so many people woke up so quick and we're doing. And I put this in one of my podcasts also. There's people out there, and this was me talking directly to ex-order file. I'm an ex-order filer. This is me talking to current order followers. There's people out there following the oath you thought you were taking to protect and to serve. And I think back on it, and a lot of you guys are like half my age. So I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for you giving me this platform to even talk on. I'm thankful for everybody in the movement that I've been able to meet and talk to. And as soon as I started getting a little bit noticed, now my retirement's getting screwed with. I don't give a fuck. They can take everything. I don't care.
You have purpose.
Yeah. And when you start getting more driven, you start getting a little bit more focused on something. I can put all my nervous energy into this, which is why I'm kind of living on my own now, so I can concentrate on mainly just this. I'd like to once I get things a little more in order by the end of this month, I want to get more like once a week, every week, do a podcast. Every week, don't miss a week, unless I absolutely have to. Every week, have a message to these order followers. Because things are they're going to get bad, is what I'm afraid of. And if we can get more order followers to quit the cult, well, even some of the most mediocre order followers have training that they can actually help, the good side with. And then it's a perfect chance for them to fulfill that part of the oath that they thought they were taking. The part that guys like me pay attention to protect and to serve, not to also follow other laws that are passed, blah, 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 blah. Because guys like me don't hear a whole bunch of that, because we think to ourselves, well, we're not going to do any of that other stuff until you get stuck in that system and trapped. Just like politicians. Some of them aren't bad. They don't get into it for bad reasons, but then they get turned. It's almost the system doesn't allow you to stay moral. And anyone who does stay moral, they get assassinated. So there's
because it's not moral to begin with, right?
Exactly. To me, that's the whole thing. Is they get when you start playing in an immoral system to do good, you become part of that system, and that in itself is going to attract, negative karma to you. So it's almost like I had that negative karma. I had to deal with the consequential effects. It's been a real wake up. It's been a real experience. If I can go back in time, I would have never done it, but again, 2020 hindsight is always there, and you have to have that 0 point from this point forward. What am I going to control? What am I going to do? How could I help for real? And I don't know. This is the last free country because we still got guns.
Yeah.
All these other countries are, and they're trying to do, that's why they're having all these. And that's what I talked about in, I think my last podcast, I might have talked about it, but that's what these false flags are about, because they want to enact red flag rules.
Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, that was amazing. I have one final question, unless Aaron has something that he wants to put out.
Just I like to I always like to emphasize certain things when it comes to order followers, and I can relate so much to what Dan says. I really like to emphasize that order followers, it often gets associated with police and law enforcement, but if you think for 1 second that firefighters and EMTs and medical professionals, a lot of people more waking up to that. But if you think for 1 second that the power company isn't going to follow orders, or simple people, within the system of government and people that work for them, they're humans too, and they follow orders. And it, having experience in the field of following orders, things like implied consent or medical kidnapping, dosing someone on drugs because you don't want to deal with them, giving them a little bit of extra something because you're trying to calm them down.
Right.
It brings, not just because, like me having experienced it, it brings more empathy. And, these are our brothers and sisters, these people in law enforcement and that work for the county, work for the government, fix the roads, run the water. These people, they follow orders, but they're human too. And just bringing that to the equation. And Dan, amazing stuff, dude. Amazing stuff. Super, super glad to have you here and talking to you.
Thank you. Like grocery store clerks are also order flowers. Like they weren't letting you in the grocery store if you didn't have a mask on. That was creating problems. So we have to all come together, under creation, under God, God with a capital G, and just say, hey, we're all brothers and sisters, man.
This goes into my final question, if you don't mind me asking. Is there anything else that you really want to hammer home to people, action that you don't see currently in independent media or out there in the world, that you think people need to do action wise? Do you think perhaps, like, I create a movement, nature is the answer, right? And I have my own spin on things, and you're creating your own content, and a lot of other people are starting their own. Are those actions necessary? Do you think there's other actions that are necessary? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I would believe that the next action that's necessary is to say no, and not just no like online, but no means not, as in you're not doing this shit, as we're not having this, as in we're not believing you, as in you're not sticking nothing in my body. No. And back up the no with action if needed. No, that's it. There has to be a line where human beings say, hey, we're going to protect ourselves if you aggress against us. We're saying no to this, and we have a natural law right to say no to this. And I think if you can do so in a calm voice and don't let your anger, because see, for whatever reason, people's anger gets judged as bad, and they get more judged as bad while these people talk in their little monotones on why they're trying to do this for your protection and blah, blah, blah. And of course you get angry at it. Read William Cooper's book. They want to win this war without firing a shot. So they're going to take whatever actions they need to take. So maybe I'll just calmly say, no, thank you. I got a phone call today from a woman's voice I recognized. She was from the Census Bureau. She's like, hey, may I speak to Daniel? And I was like, no, you may not. Have a nice day. Click, and hung up. No means not. Just start saying no and meaning it, and backing up the no with a no action. What would be a no, you're not doing that, or no, I'm not doing that action if you need to. Not saying get violent, saying we have a right to defend ourselves and get with other like-minded people. You have to form groups. We're going to be groups, and then groups can form bigger groups. And I mean, that's what we're going to actually need to do. It's going
voluntary.
To come to a point. Voluntary, get together and help each other out. But just, we have to back up the no's and say no in real life. That means going to a grocery store and not putting on your mask. That means if a doctor says you got to wear your mask in here, no, I'm not. I'm not going to do it. You're not going to make me. You have to do it in a way where you come across confident and calm, because, I'll even start talking lower to somebody to get them to calm down, because then they have to quiet down to hear you. And it helps to keep you calm, because internally there's a rage burning, and I want to explode on them when they do that. And that's not going to help. Let them take the first action and be ready to respond to that action.
Right.
Let them look like the bad guys that they actually are. That's what I would say. I mean, I wish I had something else.
No, that's huge. Like, and of course, like you said before, I mean, you can express anger, but not always, right? There's a time and place to know, like, maybe I shouldn't express anger here, or I could express anger here. As long as I'm still expressing myself, I'm not suppressing my internal feelings. If I feel something is wrong, I'm going to probably speak up about something that's wrong. I completely agree that the only answer is no. I did a video on 4 steps to change the world, and the first one is get people to know what it is, and educate people even further, and then some community that all has that same knowledge just says no, whether they stop paying taxes, just as every other revolution in the past, except it's an awakening, not even a revolution. They're not taking up arms to the state, they're just defending themselves, like you said. And then step 4 is just the generations after that learn from what they did. It's documented, perhaps it was videotaped, and perhaps they had symbolism, perhaps they had material to show why they did what they did, and then everybody sees, and then the media picks up, and that's how I envision it. At least I agree it has to happen one way or another. I think a movement is necessary to bring those numbers together, and that's, I think, my own view on that, but because I don't know if everybody wants to use the same symbolism, and that's something that anarchists are like, we're free-minded, we shouldn't join groups or clubs, but I think some level of organization might be necessary to create the change we want.
That's true. And there's going to be, I think, in an anarchist environment, in a real anarchist, higher conscious type of society, there would be natural leaders in certain areas, like in technology, for instance. You know more than me, and you know more probably than a lot of people. So they're going to come to you as, a teacher of that, to listen to what you have to say about that. So, so you're a facilitator in a sense. You're leading, but you're not ruling.
Yeah.
That's the big difference. And the people got different ways they want to put that, but it means the same thing.
I consider you one. I consider you definitely a natural teacher, natural leader.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing what you do. I want everybody to check out your work, spiritualanarchist93.com. I appreciate you. Is there anything else you would like to say?
I'll talk forever if you let me. But I would just like to say thank you. I thank the One Great Work Network. Thank Mark Passio for putting it together. Thank people like him that, really inspired me. Thanks David Icke. Thanks to all the people out there that are really doing something. And hey, I told Mark this in person at Anarchadelphia, you're being heard.
Yeah.
He was being heard in 19. He was being heard before that. Now people are really, listening. But I mean, that's all I gotta say is, man, thank all you. I'm appreciative of all you guys. I like making new friends that are like-minded. I wish I didn't have to know any of you. to be honest, under these circumstances, I'd love to meet you someplace else. Float Fest was really that nice type of anarchist environment. I dug how it was and how people just kind of didn't know each other but gelled together really well. And I look at that and I say to myself, that was like Woodstock for anarchists. Let's just say that's what Float Fest was like. I dug that. So that's how I'll end it, man. I wish I didn't have to know you guys, but I'm glad I do, and I'm in good company as far as what's going on, man. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Dan Arnold for everybody. Again, he's an author of Violence and Ego, Understanding the Principles of Functional Self-Defense, and Rise from Darkness. Who are they? So check out those books to learn more from him, and check out his website. You're also on Odyssey, Rumble, right?
Odyssey and Rumble as of now. I deplatformed me from YouTube, but whatever. So I'm on Odyssey and Rumble, and eventually I'll get to the other ones.
And everybody will get a free download of Rise from Darkness, Who Are They, as well, for the summit. If you want to see a lot more talks like this with a lot of other speakers, go to nita.one/summit, nita.one/summit. This is the end of Slavery Summit. Thank you very much for joining me, Dan Arnold and Aaron Butler, as always.
Thank you. Thank you, man.
Great stuff. And some new people joining in on Twitch. Awesome. Hey, awaken your mind. You're back. Welcome back to the stream, my friend. Yeah, we got some people who hopped in here during this interview. I love this interview. Check out his work if you haven't already. Dan Arnold. I don't know if he is connected to a lot of different communities, but he's getting out there, you know. He definitely, I think, deserves to get out there. He's got a lot to say, a lot to share. You know, he's written several books. Incredible stuff. He teaches people how to do self-defense. I mean, honestly, he's got it all. But thank you, Awaken, Mandatory, Myocarditis, SP. And we had other people before who were asking some questions. Ancillari, are you still here, Ancillari? I'd be curious. Might have gone on the research spree that I sent him a bunch of resources to. If people are truly curious and want to learn, of course. Not everybody wants to take the time and actually do learn. Let me test the scene real quick, see if it works out well. There we go. I figured I'd put myself inside the box. The box of conformity, no. The box of the summit. That way, if I want to be like, hey, check out the website, it's right below. It's there on the screen for people. But I got to put all my alerts on this scene too. But yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. And I'm glad to have you guys here with me again. 2 days ago, seems like it was crazy busy on stream. That was a Saturday. That's probably why. But yeah, there was like upwards of 50 people on once on the stream because we got a raid and we had a bunch of people coming in. Yeah, and apparently right now there's some people on the LawTube side of things streaming. So we're keeping in touch. Got to bring communities together. That's what's really important. We're all on-screened boxes watching. That's true. Everybody's on a box. It's for a good cause. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna jack up this scene. So the next time I look at when I'm on the scene, it's gonna be amazing. I'm gonna have alerts. I'm gonna have chat. I'm gonna have music in the background. We're gonna make it really cool. I can work on it while the other scene is playing, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, I thank you guys for joining us. So the next interview is with Justin Ballman. And Justin, he's a young guy. He's new. He's energetic. He's got it. He's simple, to the point. He's got podcasts where he goes and breaks down things step by step. He's unafraid to network with people who disagree. He's great. And this interview is going to be very awesome, especially if a lot of you guys have not heard of natural law. He sort of breaks it down, simplifies it. Aaron joins me for this interview as well, which is great because then we provide a multitude of perspectives upon it. And then we talk about the concept of rights and where does it end, right? People sometimes like to say that your rights end where another's begins, right? Or begins, and whatever that phrase is. And people always they use it so much I don't like to use it. That's the thing. But the point is that you have freedom so much as you don't transgress on other people's freedom. It's the same thing, right? And so he says, your ignorance and your fear does not stop another person's rights. Because understanding that is something that we're trying to teach people, is to say, like, hey, do respect other people. Do see they have rights. Do see them as a fellow human being. Don't treat them like they're somebody else who's not a human being. Don't treat them like they're superior or inferior, right? That's the whole idea of equality. So we're really going to delve deep into that. He even has PowerPoint slides to go along with his talk. So I think you guys will enjoy this. Let's get started. Let's go play it.
Out of fear.
Here it is. Justin, why are you talking already, man? We didn't start yet. Here we go. Does that. I don't know why.
Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I'm your host, Corey Edmund Engelot, here with my co-host, Aaron Butler, and here with a very special guest. He is an anarchist, independent researcher, talk show host, and freedom activist located in Southern California. He has spent his entire life asking the biggest and most important questions, and he has ruthlessly pursued the knowledge that would answer them. A variety of personal health challenges are what eventually led him into the deep study of holistic health, consciousness, law, money, and the occult, which is what has shaped who he is today. His website is libertysolutionsnow.com, and that is Justin Bauman. Am I saying that correctly? Hello, Justin Bauman. Welcome.
Pretty close. It's Bauman, but you say it better than most people say it. They say Bowman. They add O's and W's into my name that just aren't there. So not too bad for a first attempt.
Alrighty. So we're going to talk about a lot of different subjects in particular, and some may relate to the world that we live in today. And we have to ask ourselves, this word rights is being thrown around today a bunch. And maybe not enough, or maybe not in the sense that it's knowledgeable enough, because when you ask somebody, well, what is a right, they may not really know how to define that. Something that you like to say is that others' rights don't end where your fear and ignorance begins, and how we should realize that to end slavery on Earth. So tell us what you mean by that.
Okay. So throughout the entire COVID pandemic, what I noticed when people were protesting the lockdowns, these people tended to be, Republican conservatives. They were saying, "My rights don't end where your fear begins," and they were referencing mandatory vaccinations. Basically, they're saying, just because you're afraid of a virus doesn't mean you get to impose a shot on me that I don't want to take. And obviously I agree with that sentiment, but a lot of these people I noticed that were involved in these protests don't notice the hypocrisy within themselves. Because if you're a supporter of government, of an institution that uses violence and coercion against people's will to do what you want, then out of fear, you are violating other people's rights. So ultimately I came to the conclusion that ultimately that people that advocate for government at all, what they're basically saying is, I get to use violence and coercion to violate other people's rights if I believe it will serve me. But other people are not allowed to violate my rights if they believe it will serve them. So it's actually majorly hypocritical, because conservative Republicans are doing the exact same thing that these liberal Democrats are, except in a different way. But they haven't deeply thought about it enough to really recognize that as true.
And something I think when you say this, I think about the slave master on the plantation and perhaps what they choose that they want to do to their slave. Unfortunately, they have the choice to do whatever they want to do to their slave or the person that's on the plantation. Why are they in this position, first of all, that they can choose to do whatever they want to do to this individual? Somebody, the individual on the plantation, might say, well, man, we should get a different slave master. They might say, well, man, this slave master is not as good as the other slave master. Or the slave master might even say himself, like, oh, I treat my slaves better than this slave master. But does that really change the nature of slavery? It's kind of hypocritical in that sense too, right? To say, well, they're more righteous just because they're better doesn't mean that they're actually right.
Yeah, it's actually really sad, because people over time, they've been beaten down so much that their standards have become so low that for people that have a little bit more self-respect, it's completely unacceptable. There's no amount of slavery on earth that is acceptable. You want me to choose one person or the other? Well, I choose neither. I choose my freedom, and I choose the freedom of humanity. But I don't know if people believe well, I'm sure there's a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons might be people thinking that it's just impossible, or it's always been done this way, so it must continue to be this way. But what I'm just saying is raise your standards, and have some self-respect, have some respect for humanity as a whole, and choose to be a free person. And there are ways of doing that.
Yeah. So, and we look at a lot of people who want that type of control over them, right? There's a lot of people who, some people might be listening and say, I kind of want somebody to control over my life and take some of my responsibilities. And again, looking at responsibilities and rights, there's connections to be made there. And some people, again, can't define rights. So do we really know what we're responsible for if we don't define rights? Do we really know what we own if we don't define rights? So you mentioned how statists, or people who have this mentality of statism, which I'm referring to are these people who want that type of control, have a morally inconsistent position. Now, why is that? And can you kind of break down for us more what statism is and what a right is? Kind of connect these ideas.
Okay. Statism is basically the belief in government, in man's authority. They believe that they could delegate a right that they don't have to a group of people to do violence or coerce other people into doing things that they want them to do. So it's people that are using the ends justifies the means argument, basically out of fear, because they think there'll be more chaos if we don't have this special group of people that violate other people's rights. And it's morally inconsistent because, like I said before, on one hand, they want their own rights respected, but when it comes to obtaining something they think it would serve them, that would serve them best, they're okay with government violating other people's rights in order to get what they want. So it's a rules for thee and not for me type of scenario that we're talking about that we really need to get away from. And I think there was another part to your question. I wasn't.
Yeah, sure. Do you want to quickly define rights? The way that you typically see that you could apply this into this scenario. How would you define rights for us?
Okay, rights. Rights, I would say, are any behavior or action that you could engage in that is not harming another individual. And as a result, under natural law, the rules of the universe, you won't reap any negative consequences for. So we have almost an unlimited number of rights. I could go for a walk, I could have a beer, I could go to a theme park, I could play music. There's tons of things I could do in my free time that I totally have the right to do that doesn't harm anyone. But there's only a couple of things that we don't have the right to do. And those are harming others in some way. It typically involves theft. So stealing their property, murder, rape, those sorts of things. A lot of the types of actions that have traditionally been common sense, but maybe not so much anymore.
Yeah, and you were talking about sort of like a hypocrisy within the people who have this belief system called statism, and they are willing to violate people's rights, like you said, for their own belief system or their own opinions, which they could have, right? They could have their own opinions. It just becomes problematic, perhaps, right, when they start to say, "Hey, everybody needs to follow it," and then, well, how are they saying everybody needs to follow it? So that is where we can get into, of course, where slavery enters the equation. Is there violence backing that proceeding? Is somebody obligated to obey, not out of morality, but out of the exact opposite, immorality? They're being violently complied into doing something against their own will. So that is involuntary, but slavery could also be voluntary, right? In the case of statism, a slave or somebody who is of this mental slavery, or may you say statism, believes that they should have some sort of master or ruler over their own life, their own property. to take their own responsibilities for them, ownership over their own rights. And so that's interesting, because then that's why we define rights as something that don't cause harm. Because if you looked at something purely at an involuntary or voluntary sense, slavery would be seen as okay. If you were to just look at it like, oh yeah, well, if it's voluntary, it's okay. No, it's not okay. And it doesn't matter if it's voluntary or involuntary, because the action itself is a violation on somebody's natural, nature, God-given rights, which they are born with, right? They might not exercise it. They might not exercise their freedom, but they are free. They're meant to be free, right? Would you say that's true, what I said?
Yeah, everyone is naturally free. Freedom is creation's desire for all beings in this universe. And just a note on voluntary slavery, the only reason why people opt to be under government control or to be slaves in some way is because there's this perceived safety that they'll receive from it. And as you start to take in more knowledge, you come out of ignorance and you step more into courage and overcome fear. You realize that there really is no such thing as safe slavery. And that you realize that slavery is actually one of the most dangerous conditions you can be in. But that's part of our work here, to bring people to that level of understanding, to help people overcome that fear, to realize that that actually is the case in reality. That's not an opinion, that's actually the case.
And like, I think when you mentioned that, I think of like a kid who's growing up in this world. They seek security maybe naturally from their parents, but then as they grow older, they develop their own reason, and so they're able to lead themselves in their own life. But I'm not going to say that not necessarily that people are not growing up in today's world, but I think there's an exercise, like we said, of rights, of freedom, of reason, that people have to take to no longer be in that childlike servitude state where they depend on some sort of other authority, and that authority is most of the time not their parents. It's somebody else, a stranger they don't even know, somebody that they're convinced to say, yeah, this person's like me. They represent my ideas, right? It's kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So then there's a morally consistent position, right? So we look at this hypocrisy. We looked at that status side. Well, what's the opposite side of that? What's recognizing freedom? Like you said, kind of waking up to like that ignorance. How do we do that?
Okay. Well, the morally consistent position is that of the anarchist, and that is one that says no one has the right to use violence and coercion against anyone else that has not harmed anyone else. Notice that in that statement, you're not trying to make any sort of justification for slavery or for violence and coercion. It's a position of courage and respect for other people's rights. It's a position that says, hey, even though I might perceive conditions around me to get more dangerous, if there's freedom, I'm willing to do that as long as it means you can be free. So it's the most honorable position, it's the most morally consistent position, and it is the correct position. That is if we want to live in harmony and peace and, basically get back, well, if there ever was a world like that, but basically create a world like that and escape from what we're experiencing now.
Well, it is possible, right? Would you say it's possible?
It is possible. There's probably a lot of work that needs to be done, a lot of ignorance to overcome, a lot of fear to work through, but it definitely is possible.
A lot of speakers that we have talked to on the summit talk about how there's that internal work that has to be done, that personal work. We tend to always find ourselves going back to that idea of, not just journaling, but looking inside ourselves, being present, thinking about what we actually are doing in this world. And, I question how many people necessarily are doing that or really taking a step back if they feel like they can, because they're constantly feel like they're in a rush of life, and there's never really that time to step back and really think about it. But do you think that would probably help us in creating that morally consistent position? In order to be consistent, we have to really be conscious to like take that next step.
I think action is absolutely critical. You won't hear any of these popular new age concepts coming from me or from my show at all. Action is definitely required. And I would say, there's a lot of new age people that say you only have to think or feel your way into prosperity, and they leave out the action. But something I would say to them is, if your action isn't in alignment to your thoughts and feelings, then are you really in a place of love at all? Are you in a state of courage at all? Or are you just trying to fool yourself and you're actually just in a state of apathy and cowardice? Because if you were truly in a state of love and courage, then wouldn't your actions reflect that as well? But that's not something you see, because these people don't want to have to admit themselves that what it's going to take to improve the condition here on Earth is going to be hard work, and it's going to require real personal transformation, and that oftentimes can be very uncomfortable for people.
Yeah, so not following orders necessarily, but actually choosing for yourself right action over wrong action, right? Not just going with the flow, but thinking what is actually the moral thing to do in this scenario per your action. Because why would you want to contribute to harm? Just because somebody told you to do it does not mean that, you're somehow abdicated from responsibility and you're allowed to commit wrongdoing. No, right? That's why we say that a right and a wrong are somewhat objective, or can be universalizable, because people will see that hypocrisy, and they'll see that, hey, I don't want somebody else to get hurt if I have feelings too, and don't just tread on me. I don't want to tread on anyone. Why should anyone tread on anyone? Why should there be any violence? Why should there be any slavery? And some people, at least when they do have these positions where they say, yeah, I want violence because they want some sort of thing done for their own belief system, as we said in the beginning, the least they can do is be honest, right? If they're for the people, if they're for trying to share the message with people, be honest and not hide the terms and say, well, under this clause and under this act, just say outright what they want done, perhaps, and say, well, I want to take your money and I want to put it over here. I want to take your money. I'm going to give it to these people. But they're not going to say it like that. They're going to make it sound way different. And people are going to be perhaps more gullible or naive to believe that. Why? Because they haven't strengthened their own will, their own knowledge, their own intellect to sort out the deception, or to say, well, is this guy actually truthful? To think for themselves and say, well, what is this action actually being committed? So, that's why, instead of anarchist, I like to use the word abolitionist, and I'll get your perspective on this. Abolition, comes from the word abolish, which means it's an action. It's not an ideology. And anarchism, if we break it down for people who don't know, means anarchon, right? It means no rulers. Just putting that out there. Doesn't mean no rules. Now, if we coincide that with the abolitionism, which was to end slavery in the past, that was what the movement was used for. It was successful. It ended chattel slavery. Could we apply that to the modern day and age? Would you say that we can use that as a morally consistent position to say that slavery must be abolished?
I do like the term abolitionist. I think it is very fitting. So I tend to call myself an anarchist just out of habit, but I think it is an incomplete way to describe myself, because I am just as much a monarchist as I am an anarchist. See, anarchism without rulers, is what it translates to if you break down the Latin. That's just what it looks like in the external world. But there's an internal world that needs to be achieved in order to make that external world possible. So if you want anarchy ruled by anything, you have to become your own internal monarch, which means you are in control of your own thoughts, emotions, and actions, and no one else will. So that implies breaking out of mind control, getting over your addictions, healing trauma. All of these things need to happen in order to create the condition of anarchy in the external world, and to, in the process, abolish slavery. Freeing your mind, basically getting your internal world right, is required to both create anarchy, no rulers, in the external world, and to abolish slavery at the same time. So I'm okay with both terms, actually, anarchism and abolishism.
Yeah. And a lot of people aren't aware of it, or they want to keep it kind of in the past, but it is awfully fitting, and a lot of the abolitionists did share a lot of these ideas, so that's why I kind of bring it back, and I like to remind people of it for this summit, since we're talking about slavery. So let's go a little bit deeper now into this belief system, so people can kind of sort it out through their own minds. Maybe they have some belief systems that are contradictions within their own mind that they don't realize it still, and they're willing to work it out. They're willing to be like, where is it? Could I find it? Could I address it? And so let's look at that. You mentioned that the false beliefs based in fear, both COVID fear mongers and all statists, are leading people to say certain things and do certain things. So you said the COVIDians is what you call them, will say that you'll get sicker without the jab than with the jab, and the statists will say you'll get more chaos without the government than with the government. And so they both say, do this and it'll be less bad than it otherwise would be. So they're kind of, like you said, making a justification. That's interesting.
Yeah, this is something that I just started to notice over time. As you begin thinking about this more, you start to notice the underlying patterns behind what people are actually saying. So you get beyond the surface level of what they're saying and get deeper into what it is they're actually saying. So I drew a comparison between people that are deathly afraid of COVID and of people that believe in government authority. I drew a parallel between the two. And no matter how you say it, you'll get sicker without the jab than with the jab, or there will be more chaos with government than without government. If you say either of those things, what you're saying is, do this and it'll be less bad than it otherwise would be. But as you start to take in more knowledge and overcome your fear, you realize that this is just a belief that's not based in anything at all. It's just what people have been telling you is the case, but that actually isn't the case. As soon as you start to do more investigative research, and also look within and really think about everything that's going on around you.
And it's different, I think, right, to educate people than it is to tell people what to do. Aaron, I would like to hear what you have to say about this, but also that kind of supports what you said about the means justifying the ends, right? Because that's what they're doing here in this case as well.
Yeah.
I just see a kind of a mirror with natural law and those statements, because and I'll explain what I mean. So it's, you'll get more chaos without the government. How often do you hear that? I was just talking to someone yesterday and explained to him that I didn't have any political beliefs, and he's like, really, none? And I said, no, I'm a firm believer, and I told him I'm an anarchist, but it just means voluntarism, and I think that human interaction should be voluntary. He said, oh, well, I used to think that, but I just realized how evil people were. And so, it's that hypocrisy where it's like he thinks he's really just becoming the problem because he's afraid of, that fear of chaos, or what the COVID say, you'll get sicker without the jab than with the jab. And it's this fear. But when you said they both say, do this and it'll be less bad than it otherwise would be. And all I could think of is it sounds like a threat. It's like saying, we could do this the easy way or the hard way. It's like, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. But it's like it just sounds totally like a threat. And I just see that as kind of funny, but also as the parallel with natural law, it's like you're trying to teach people natural law, and you're saying, keep voting, keep asking for the government, keep trying to get it, and you're going to get worse with government, and it's total opposite. And we live in a world where everything's inverted, but follow natural law and it's going to get better. Follow the government and it's going to be worse than it otherwise would be, I just see that it as a total flip of what the truth is.
Yeah, that's true. I love that government argument that people raise. They say, well, people are evil, well, we need government. Well, the government is made up of people, so you're taking some of those evil people and then letting them rule over everyone else. That just doesn't make any sense. See, we're not going to get past our problems without internally transforming ourselves in some way and realizing that a lot of the reasons why people are the way they are is because of the conditioning they've been put under. It's not their nature. People aren't, except for probably a very small percentage, but generally people aren't born psychopathic that want to harm people, for their own selfish interest. They're conditioned into being that way in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, so another thing that came to mind is, going back to the idea that you mentioned with justification. Well, for these people who do say, well, man, people are just not going to get it. They're just kind of dwelling in this like inevitable where they feel like it's just, these people are never going to listen. They're never going to change. There's no point of even trying. It's kind of like feeding into that justification, first of all, and allowing evil, which is just as bad as the people that they're complaining about. And it also is an abdication of responsibility. And, you mentioned courage, how that's essential to kind of escape out of fear. I usually look at courage, I think of adding love to the equation. You need courage to show love, right? Like if you're an alpha male and you're protecting your wife or whatever, you're going to be like, I'm going to take this on. I'm going to be the courageous one. And I'm going to protect. I'm going to help. But, the same deal in any case. Anybody can be courageous and escape out of their fear, but they need to do that out of a place of love, I would say. I don't know if you would agree with that, but I think that maybe that's part of the process, right? Is you need to escape the fear somehow, and so the courage, yes, is part of the process, I would say. Would you agree?
If you come out of fear, then love is really the only other place to go. So that's where you end up by default. So I totally agree with you.
Yeah, because like the responsibility part. I mean, again, it's like if they're gonna say, well, nobody's gonna listen. Well, are they educating people? Are they putting out content? Are they trying their best? Before they just throw in the towel and say it's never gonna be possible. Well, what are they doing? It's like there's a reason why we're trying. There's a reason why we're putting out content. That was kind of the point I was trying to get to.
Yeah, and I could elaborate more on that as well. Is so much of why people think, oh, people aren't going to listen is because they don't necessarily understand the social dynamics necessary to know how to plant seeds in people and to have those seeds grow over time in their heads and eventually be completely transformed. And something else I'll say is, just because someone's unreceptive to some information right now, that doesn't mean that after some personal, heavy life experiences, they might be actually receptive at that point. So it's also a matter of being strategic with who you talk to. Because in my case, it took some pretty traumatic life experiences for me to come to know what I do now. And I don't think I would have actually come to this knowledge if it wasn't for that. I wasn't that receptive. I was just too much in my ego, too much ego driven to really care that much. But I'm an example of someone that was extremely hard-headed and came out on the other side understanding this. So it is possible. It is possible. Just to sum it up, you have to know how to talk to people, and you have to know, you have to be able to recognize those people that are ready to hear the message in a plain, unfiltered way.
Do you have any like go-to questions, or I'm a huge fan of asking people questions to kind of point out a contradiction. One thing that I like to ask people is, do you think that your rights come from God? And this is after them recognizing that their status, that they vote or have political ideologies. I know I ask them, do you believe that your rights come from a creator? You're born with your rights, or whatever. They all say yes, and I say, well, then why would you vote on them? And they always pause.
Yeah.
And they're like, huh? Do you have any questions or kind of go-tos when it comes to talking to someone who is a statist?
How I tend to approach someone tends to be highly contextual to the situation. So I don't necessarily have any sort of scripts or prepared questions. Although, in some cases I do feel like it could help. And if you end up talking to enough people, it could help having some of those questions in your back pocket. I do see the value in that. But me personally, that's not something I use.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Not necessarily a bad idea.
No, I appreciate the honesty. I totally agree with you. I mean, I've talked to many people, and I do find it's good to kind of feel them out and learn from them, rather than start like bombarding them and be like, "What about this? What about this?" And it's like, they might get overwhelmed, and they have to be ready to some extent and have done some sort of internal work, and they have to have some sort of interest in order to go forth into the conversation. So you got to build that out of them. You got to find that within them. That's at least from my experience. The people I talk to, and they're all from many different types of backgrounds, right? And I feel like I could understand where they come from, because there's another point that you mentioned, and that is that moral relativism is the shield for evil as it advances. And this is another thing, right? I talk to a lot of people, and some people don't like the whole idea of objective morality, and I say that's okay if you are not imposing your will. You still think people should think for themselves. And if people are thinking for themselves, and everybody is thinking for themselves, they still have a conscience, and they're not giving that away to other people. They're not following orders. They're not using statism. It's not so much an issue. Like you mentioned how fear isn't kind of a shield for evil as it advances. So it's clearly not just moral relativism, but perhaps it's because fear gives way into moral relativism, or ignoring what is moral, what's immoral, right? Because we're trapped.
Yeah. So to that, I would say that moral relativism is the symptom of fear and ignorance. If you take out the fear and ignorance, you wouldn't have people buying into the idea of moral relativism, because they would actually recognize what is true. And like I said, evil is only able to advance through moral relativism because there's always going to be justifications for evil, out of fear or ignorance. But if you really take in, and I keep saying the same thing over and over again just because it's so important, but if you really come out of that ignorance, face your fears, you realize that there's no justification for it. And if there's no justification for violating other people's rights, then evil can't trick otherwise good people into doing things they normally wouldn't do. And in that condition, if the world were in that condition, then evil would have no place to maneuver. It would have no fuel that it could use to advance its agendas. So it's only under the shield of moral relativism that it could advance itself.
Yeah, I agree. And so then you mentioned, what does moral relativism look like, right? This is something that you tend to ask, and can you share about with us, what does it look like?
Yeah, so moral relativism is always just the end justifies the means. And if you're going to reject moral relativism, it may put you into a position where you might have to do things or refrain from doing things that you perceive may make the conditions in your life more dangerous. For example, I'll take the example of prisons. So many people that work in prisons as prison guards say that, well, we need to keep all of these bad people here because if they were released out into the public, then it would create a more dangerous situation. But at the same time, they're keeping innocent people that have done no harm to others. They're stuck within prison. So I'm talking about people that were caught with a plant in their pocket, some drugs, for example, that they have the right to take, or for, it could be for a variety of different reasons that aren't really valid under natural law, where they didn't harm another person. So, yeah, we really need to get to a point where people recognize, hey, just because I think refusing to be an order follower and having the entire jail be released, out into the public, even though it might create a more dangerous situation, I'm willing to put up with that as long as it means that I'm not violating anyone's rights that are in jail that have done nothing wrong. That's the kind of courage that we need to get to, and then it'll be up to the community to deal with the violent criminals however they see fit, whether that be taking them out in an act of self-defense or otherwise. But we need to get to a point where there's no justification to keep even one innocent person in jail, regardless if you have to set hundreds of violent criminals free.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean when I talk about rejecting moral relativism. It's being principled no matter what, basically. Refusal to cooperate with evil at all costs is what I'm getting at here. And that's how we change the world. And you have to overcome fear that way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's being more aware, right? I mean, if you were to, like you said, free all the prisoners, I mean, people would be forced to be essentially more aware, be more responsible over their lives, to teach other people what is right and wrong, to teach their kids and say, hey, look at this, be careful. And instead of just going along with everything, right, there would be a natural just incentive to take charge of your life. And that right there
exactly
tells you, wow, have we been giving it away all this time? There's evil people, yeah, and that shows us, that evil definitely exists, but that evil can teach us a lesson, right? And then ultimately help create good things, like you said, change the world.
Yeah, for those familiar with holistic health, I basically see the prison system as this pharmaceutical that society is taking. So it's suppressing the symptoms of society temporarily by keeping the so-called bad people away from everyone else. It's allowing people to perhaps purchase some temporary safety while not addressing the root causes of the dysfunctions in society. But we're getting to a point now where those symptoms could no longer be suppressed. And we're really starting to see, through higher crime rates, basically what society has been creating. And we're not going to get out of this without addressing the root causal factors as to why people end up being violent criminals to begin with, and rehabilitating them. And for those that can't be rehabilitated, then, their effects on society will just have to be mitigated in other ways.
Reciprocal. So let's go a little bit more now into action, since we're heading that direction. Would you say, and this is something I ask a lot of people as well, would you say there's any actions that you would like to see that you're not currently seeing, like in independent media, for example, or in the people who are promoting the message of freedom? Are there certain actions that you see are required, or actions that could be taken, or actions that could be experimented with that you would like to see a lot more of?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I would like to see a lot more content creators like us, personally, that talk about objective morality, natural law, the occult. I still don't think there's enough people that really have enough of a presence and ultimately understanding the occult, natural law, the hidden laws of the universe that determine what gets created, and also very deep human psychology. Without understanding that, we're really not going to make that much progress. We're only going to have apparent victories. But if you're not addressing the root cause, then long term you're not going to get the result that you want. So I would say more content creators like us that actually have this deep understanding is something I'd like to see. And I do see some people in the freedom movement that are taking action that I like. They're taking their kids out of school, for example. They're homeschooling them. They're not vaccinating them. They're doing some of the right things, but I still do see some of these people trying to rationalize statism or rationalize some action in their personal life that they're taking, and we really need to get past that, because the only way we really get out of this is striving for the condition of freedom for all beings on Earth, not just our own. Because as long as there's, some large group over here of people that are still enslaved, there's always the risk of, maybe they'll get together, form some government, and come attack your group, over on this side. So this education, this knowledge really needs to go out and be well understood. I think personally it should be taught to children. It should just be taught part of the curriculum where it's just common sense that people understand objective morality. They understand the kind of results that can happen if it's not taught, and if people reject moral relativism as well.
Just to ask questions, right?
Yeah. So I do see people taking action, like I said, through homeschooling and through other ways. There does need to be more action. Something that some other content creators that I follow talk about is forming intentional communities, for example. And I think there is some benefit to trying to live a little bit more interdependently with the people around you that share your same values and recognize natural law. But at some point, the vast majority of people need to understand these principles. And once that happens, I feel like, and people refuse to cooperate with evil, then everything else will just sort of take care of itself.
Yeah, right, because, the truth is the truth, right? And even if maybe there's a medium of getting it out to people, maybe it's some billionaire that, a lot of people in the independent media are like, man, I'm not a fan of this guy, but they're sharing the message. The truth is the truth, right? So, it maybe, I create a movement to share the message. And I don't know what you think of that as an action, but I think, to me, based on my research, my understanding, that is required, that we have some sort of unified message or symbolism just to amplify our voices. Not that it's necessarily required, but it can help amplify the efforts, like I said, and then allow it to reach more of the masses, like you said. And when it comes to objective morality, I just want to make it clear for people out there that, again, as long as it's not imposed on people, how is it dangerous? You're just sharing knowledge, right? You're sharing knowledge of what morality is. I like to just say it's just morality. It's just natural morality. Because sometimes when you put the word objective in front of it, it can get a little confusing for people, and they start thinking that it has to be through certain lenses of physics. And I told you, it's like, a lot of people don't even know what teleology is, because a lot of the old style philosophy has kind of gone out the window with this new mechanistic view of the world. And so, that can definitely be taught to people. But I think, like we said, is just get people asking questions, just get them thinking for themselves and asking where the hypocrisy is. Are there actions that everybody knows to be wrong, that certain people are being excused from that wrongdoing, right? Such as any authority figure, like, oh, this person's allowed to commit this harmful action, I'm not allowed to, but they can. Well, why is that? What gives them the right to commit the same action that I'm committing? when it's wrong for me to do it, why wouldn't it be wrong for them to do it? So that's just a example question that I would ask. So yeah, I agree. Like schools and stuff, that can definitely be reformed, and I think it does come all together because as you educate people on alternative ideas, alternative systems will naturally come into manifest. So if that sounds cool with you, and if you have any thoughts about that, I also kind of want to ask you though. This is like kind of a final question from me. How did you become a statist? And how long were you a statist? Let's start with that. How long were you a statist? And how did you become a statist? How did you get out of becoming a statist? And do you think it relates to some of the things we talked about as well in this talk?
Okay, so my originally, when I still believed in government authority, when I was a statist, I was obsessed with finance. You know, I love the financial markets. You know, I was a trader for a long time. I traded stocks, futures, and options. And after seeing what happened to my family and a lot of people around me during the 2008 financial crisis, I got really obsessed with figuring out ways to preserve wealth. So I started listening to a lot of the gurus to buy gold. Crypto wasn't even a thing at the time. Getting tangible assets like real estate. And as I was going on that journey, I came across Jeff Berwick, and he calls himself an anarcho-capitalist. So I started learning from him, and he had a podcast called Anarchast. And I thought there was just one day, I'd hear him talk about, how government is slavery, and I'd always think, well, this sort of seems like an extreme position to have. Maybe maybe just a little bit of slavery is good, right? I'm talking about the position that some libertarians have or small government people have.
Minarchists, yeah.
Yeah, minarchists. I thought, I don't know, this is a bit extreme. And then there's something within me that just decided to start listening to his podcast, Anarchast, from episode 1 and just listen to the whole thing. I was just curious to understand his perspective one day and all the guests that he had on. And from that point, I realized no matter how you cut it, government's just not your friend. There's just so much proof as to the actions that it's taken in the past that are diametrically opposed to the best interest of everyone. So I realized government wasn't the solution, but I didn't really recognize what the solution was at the time either. But it wasn't until I discovered actually, before I discovered Mark Passio's work, I ended up having some serious health problems. So, due to certain lifestyle conditions, I developed like a panic disorder, like extreme depression. I had multiple dissociative disorders and terrible insomnia. And it was the most awful experience of my life. And based off of what I had learned from Anarchast, Jeff Berwick's podcast, he had some holistic health practitioners come in that had actually had very similar experiences. And by connecting with those people, I was actually able to heal myself from all of those conditions fully without any medication or any intervention from the traditional medical industry. So that was extremely surprising because none of this was just strictly intellectual knowledge at this point. I actually had firsthand knowledge that holistic health practices worked, and they worked in very dramatically powerful ways. So that's when I woke up to the health side of it, that the traditional medical industry is not your friend, and those at the top are deliberately trying to hide information that would actually help people heal their health and get better, all for the name of profit. And there's also deeper reasons as to why they're doing this, but that's outside the scope of this interview. So after that, a couple years later, I discovered Mark Passio's work from What on Earth is Happening, went through his entire podcast, and that's when I was given basically the full picture. I realized all the knowledge I had up until this point was to prepare me for Mark Passio's work. And that's when all the pieces basically came together, and I realized on a very deep level what is the root cause of all the dysfunction that's happening in society. And it's when I really realized that it's a matter of breaking mind control and conditioning and undergoing that process of personal transformation that's really gonna free us. So from that point on, I went through Mark's podcast probably 2 years ago. From that point on, I knew I was right on the money. So I would say I became an abolitionist slash anarchist on a more superficial level back in 2016 after going through my health challenges and going through Jeff Berwick's work. But I didn't really become a true abolitionist anarchist until I understood the root causal factors very deeply when I went through Mark's work. And that was in 2020.
Wow. Yeah, it's in the health part of that. I mean, it sounded kind of similar to me because I got into it originally through health as well. Didn't expect it, right? So how many years would you say you were a statist in total?
Well, basically 25 years. Yeah. It wasn't until I turned 25 that I realized, hey, wait, government's not the solution. That was around 2016.
Wow. Yeah, Aaron, do you have anything to say about that?
I think that health is it's a linchpin for everyone because, not and I totally relate to the health, having my own, psychological or physical illnesses that I've had in the past. But, what everyone can learn, and, everyone has, a body and flesh that they have to keep healthy and a mind that they have to keep healthy. But I mean, the physicality of just learning about health, and a huge wake-up call was for mine when I first got into things. I was watching some Alex Jones, and just the attacks through the plastics, the pharmaceutical runoff, and or everything in the tap water, just learning that health is totally under attack. And it's kind of like it's something that everyone can see how important it is, because not everyone will have experience, in the dark occult like Mark, or, in some high level financing, or, in education system or in the medical field. But when it comes to someone taking their health in their own hands, it's like it's universal for every human being. I think that's powerful too, since we were talking about that.
That is a very good point that I hadn't really considered. Yeah, that when you go through health problems and you solve them in ways that the so-called experts don't acknowledge, that is the most powerful firsthand experience I think you could possibly have for waking up. And that's something that's an experience that's available for pretty much everyone. Because like you said, everyone has a body, everyone has a mind. Yeah, great points, Aaron. Thanks for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and of course, we don't intend to ascribe or diagnose any particular disease for anyone out there, the FDA or anybody trying to stop us from exercising our right to speak about health, which is a universal human condition. But would you say there's anything that you would recommend as a basis for health? Anybody out there who's watching, just as an extra step of action that you would say, hey, is something that they should look into? Something I certainly encourage a lot of people do is they listen to their body. That's just something I like to always just throw out there. Past all the ideas of all the diets out there and all the billion-dollar industries trying to grab people onto these diets, I want people to listen to their body and really find out what is it that their body's craving, and maybe experiment a bit and do raw animal products or juicing and smoothies and superfoods, right? What would you say would be some tips of advice?
What really made a big difference for me was trying to keep my diet as alkaline as possible. So avoid acidic foods, avoid processed foods, try to avoid preservatives, cook at home using organic food as much as you can. And yeah, generally just try to avoid the fad diets. Try to eat whole foods that are real foods that aren't man-made. Stick with what nature provided, and generally you'll be much better off. But it's not just physical, it's mental health as well. Because I've had periods in my life where I've had such extreme stress that I developed anxiety attacks over it, and they didn't actually really stop until I was able to get my stress under control. And on the other hand, I've also had anxiety attacks come up due to the food I was eating as well. So two different reasons for the same symptoms. So you need to address your health in a holistic way. You need to account for your mental health, your emotional health, and your physical health. And that has to do, at least on the mental side, figuring out ways to mitigate stress, especially the ones that are self-imposed. The self-inflicted emotional distress is definitely something you could get a handle on.
Mm-hmm. And having gone through Mark's work, Mark is just a sledgehammer when it comes to just teaching the occult. In your process of, trying to, get rid of these mental and spiritual viruses that we have all been, just programmed with, and I want to ask this to more people, but it kind of leads into like a more personal thing. But what were some of the occult philosophy or spiritual practices that helped you along your path of becoming initiated and growing, trying to evolve spiritually? Yeah.
Okay. I would say the understanding the Hermetic principles made a big difference in being able to further educate myself, even beyond Mark's work. So, for example, just understanding the natural law of correspondence alone has revealed so much to me that I would have never realized if I had not understood that basic law of nature. And that's just the law that says, as above, so below, and as within, so without. And that law, for example, is what allowed me to see the prison system that we were talking about earlier as acting as this sort of pharmaceutical that's suppressing symptoms and not addressing the root causal factors that's ultimately going to end up just causing more harm in society. Well, it works the same way in your body. If you don't address the root causal factors, you just ignore the symptoms, you might have some relief in the short term, but it's going to produce much worse problems later on that you're going to have to deal with one way or another. So there's the law of correspondence. That was extremely powerful. As far as a personal spiritual practice, I don't think Mark specifically talked about it in the way that I'm going to talk about it.
Great.
But
give your own perspective.
But it was the process of surrender that really made a big difference in my emotional health. So whenever emotions, negative emotions would come up, for example, first I would think to myself, okay, is there a valid use for this emotion in the moment? Is it serving some purpose? But oftentimes it's not. It's just past trauma that's coming up that you need to heal. So whenever those emotions would come up, I could always improve, upon it, because I find that I'm suppressing in ways I don't realize. But whenever it would come up, I would make sure that I'm not engaging in a dynamic of resistance or attachment. So I wouldn't feed the emotion with thoughts that are in resonance with the emotion. You know, like for example, if I'm not feeling good enough, I wouldn't even entertain those thoughts. I wouldn't go down that rabbit hole of thinking like I can't do this, I can't do that, you know, I'm a victim. I wouldn't even engage with that. So I wasn't attached to it, and I wouldn't resist it as well. So I wouldn't try to suppress it and say, no, my emotions are wrong, you know, I'm just shove it back into where it came from. I wouldn't do either of those things. I would be completely non-resistant to it. So I would let the emotions come up. I would try to feel it as deeply as I could. And what I noticed is that it started to heal a lot of past trauma that I had experienced in the past. And if you end up doing this practice on a regular basis, and if you do it the correct way, you'll notice that you'll feel like weights are just being lifted off your shoulders. You'll feel extremely light, and you'll actually just generally be a happier person, and you won't be controlled by all of this subconscious anxiety or depression that's stuck in your subconscious if you didn't do this practice. And man, just doing this for, you know, there have been some situations in the past where I've been pretty stressed, and I did this practice, and it's almost like feeling a natural high afterwards as soon as the emotions run out. And I couldn't believe it. I had some pretty extreme experiences where I felt like I was high off of drugs, off of marijuana, but I didn't do any drugs. So it's extremely powerful. I actually personally shit on this practice for a very long time, up until recently, because I just felt like it just wasn't really working for me, the process of letting go and surrender. But I found hidden ways that I was finding to suppress my emotions in ways that escaped my conscious awareness. And it was wild as soon as I found out those ways I was secretly suppressing my emotions. But this practice is very real. It's a very, very powerful spiritual practice. So that plus, to sum up, understanding that plus the 7 Hermetic principles were what made a massive difference in accelerating my awareness and consciousness.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you very much, Justin, overall, for joining us and sharing a lot of these ideas. It's great. I encourage a lot of people who are listening or watching to check out your website, libertysolutionsnow.com. It's libertysolutionsnow.com. You have a podcast, right, that you do on a lot of different subjects like this?
I do. I talk about basically everything, the occult, natural law, personal development.
Yeah.
There's nothing that's off limits. Anything relating to liberty is something you'll find at my show.
Great.
libertysolutionsnow.com. I'm also available on all I call them the legacy social media platforms, like YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. You could also find me on the alternative ones, Odyssey, BitChute, Rumble. So, I'm also on Apple Podcast, Spotify, and Stitcher, if you prefer to listen in podcast format, because I tend to like to download my podcasts and listen to podcasts as I go for a walk or something like that. So that's also an option as well.
Great. Yeah, fantastic. I don't even know how to get something on Spotify like that. But anyways, thank you very much for joining us. I thought it was actually really interesting. You also mentioned non-resistant. I don't know if you noticed, but that is a movement that was started in the same time of as the abolitionists. They had something called the Non-Resistance Society, and they practiced non-resistance. They even made a whole newspaper after it. It was a whole thing back then. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but I just figured to throw it out there because you used the word. I was like, non-resistant.
Yeah, you have to use some discernment in knowing when you apply non-resistance.
Right.
Because people oftentimes. Yeah, because people oftentimes use the spiritual concept of non-resistance to let criminals walk all over them. That's not the type of non-resistance I'm talking about. I'm talking about strictly on an emotional level of having the courage to go in and confront your emotions.
Right.
to heal yourself. That's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about non-resistance. It's actually an act of courage.
Yeah.
Is how I see it.
Yeah, that's great. Well, thank you for joining us. Like I said, I mean, honestly, great stuff that you shared with us, and I encourage everybody checks out your website. If anybody wants to hear more talks like this, go to nita.one/summit. That's nita.one/summit. Thank you. This is the End of Slavery Summit. I'm your host, Corey Angelot, here with Aaron Butler, and signing out with Justin Bauman. I said that correctly this time.
You got
Thank
it,
you guys.
All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. We have one more, as you can see, and that one is going to be Brandon Smith, aka Brandon Bonanza. And I wanted to show you guys, as I promised last time, the scene that I just set up with all the stuff. That way it looks a little bit better when I go on camera, and I can still direct people to the site. Here we go. Voila! And now we got the chat on the screen. If somebody writes a message, here, I'll write a message. Yo. And there it is. It's right there. And then we have alerts as well, and then music. So. There we go. So, a little bit different of a scene. Switch things up here and there. Hey, DK, how's it going, man? It's been a while. Stall, glad to have you now, joining the stream since the last interview. And Dizzy as well. Thank you guys for joining. Mandatory has been here before, Awaken, and others. If you're still watching, how's it going? Of course, we have people on Twitch as well who are watching. Not sure who exactly you guys are, other than DK. But welcome to the stream. And yeah, basically we're just going over replays of different interviews. That's all. And these replays are basically from day 5, remember? And there's even more resources you can get, so don't forget that. Hey, Amos, welcome back. Hey, you're one of the Twitch viewers. There it is. Yeah, you've always been around, man. You've always been around. Before I started going live on YouTube, too, you know? Yeah, now I got all these YouTube viewers, but that's good. It's good to know that I can do both. And I'll definitely do more live streams in the future. Maybe, you know, IRL streams and such. Who knows? What was Justin's website again? Yeah, it's libertysolutionsnow.com. Now, keep in mind, if you guys want their websites, all the speakers' websites, it's also right under their video, under the day. So again, this is day 5. If you go to their talk, you can see right under their talk are their links and their resources. So you can get both. And I'm sure their links to their websites will also have even more resources, so you can go into a research spree if you really wanted to. But, you know, for the summit, we're trying to really nail down on the head the root cause as to what's going on in the world. And like I said, we're going to continue to network. We're going to continue to reach out. The next project is going to be able, so that way we can do that even more. You think 50 people, me gathering them together, was a big task? No. We have a lot more to come, and it's exciting, nonetheless. I mean, you know, you don't have to be the best writer to send something in, but I think everybody can contribute to this. Everyone, no matter who you are. If you care about freedom, you can do something for it. Whether it's submitting an art piece, a poetry piece, a music piece, a written out piece, and I will help you turn it into other formats. Okay, that is basically the gist of the next project, but keep in mind that's just one. And if you don't know what about this, I recommend going to nita.one/newspaper. So not summit, but newspaper. And this is just one of the resources that's going to be at the end, but I figured to share a little bit with you guys, because you guys are the live stream people, the people who are a little bit ahead of things, a little bit more on top of things, because you're here. So a little sneak peek, if you will, into it. But it's not just a newspaper, because it's not really news. It's information, it's education, it's everything, which doesn't really exist right now. anywhere else in the world. And that's the goal, is to create things that have never really existed. New things that are innovative, right? New ways of thinking, new forms of media, all that jazz. And so this project will allow people to be completely anonymous if they want to, and still produce content from any level, you know, whether they're good at video creation or not, doesn't matter. Because we can all work together and make it happen. And the more people collaborating, the more everybody wins. And I will plug your links. I can put your own donation links on everything. An infotainment paper, yeah, sure. I don't know about entertainment. I think what we're doing is far from entertainment, but my own content, I will move in the direction more toward entertainment, perhaps in the future. But as for information and education, there's going to be a lot of it for sure. And like I said, through many different formats. So if you want to, you can start sending in articles now. I'm going to give you guys the link in the chat, okay? And you can check it out for yourself. All right, it's Nita.1/newspaper. There's a button that says send your article. As long as it's from you, or it's, you know, you critiquing another article or whatever, and it applies to the guidelines, which are really simple, then you can get involved. And I already received a bunch from people, and not a lot of people know about this at all yet. So it's good. It's very good. And of course, I'm an editor. I'm doing this alongside a partner. It's basically a partnership, and we'll both be looking over each article. It'll be very cool. I'm gonna do lives, no videos except live. No, yeah, and basically this is writing, DK. It's really anything, but mostly based on writing articles, because those articles I will turn into videos for you. And if you send in enough or contribute enough, I basically will send you your own personalized business cards and all sorts of things, incentives to help people with their own content creation and feel like they're a part of their own independent media, because we are. You know, if you care about truth and you want to spread the truth, and you are somebody who is growing more effective at it or wants to become more effective at that, you're independent media. That's what you are. And so what we're trying to do is facilitate that in everybody who understands this knowledge. And as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing like this out there. You know, there's different websites that allow you to send your own articles in, sure, but not with all the other things, benefits, and focusing on statism and natural law and all these universal concepts. No, it's not. It's nothing like that, right? It's definitely something definitely not seen before. But it's going to have a lot of inspiration from the old Liberator, which is why it's called the Liberator 2. So there's a lot to be said about this, and stay tuned. That's just a little bit of a sneak peek. It's needless to say that, you know, if we can get 50 people together who are semi-influential in many different ways, you know, David Icke was attacked on the media and all that, we can do a lot more with a lot more people. And we can do it reoccurring every single week. What's the best thing you use for typing documents? I would recommend OnlyOffice. Look up OnlyOffice. It's totally free. Yes, they have paid plans. Not necessary. That's only for businesses. Look up OnlyOffice. It's open source as well. It saves in the cloud. It's the easiest thing to use, and it does everything. Literally the best office program. Do not use Microsoft, please. I would love to be involved. Yes, awesome, please. Everybody can get involved, like I said. I think, why not? Why not? And of course, if you send in an article and I think it's not fit for the newspaper, info paper, whatever you want to call it, then I'll let you know in email. But yeah, a lot more to come with this. It's really in its early stages, like really. But it's something that I'm definitely going to put a lot of focus on after the summit. Another thing is, it's not just going to be limited to printing in real life. It's obviously going to be online as well if I'm turning it into videos. So the goal is to get every form of information in every format out for the public in every language too. I'll talk about translation. I'll talk about interviewing people and stuff like that as well as time moves on after the summit, okay? So just stay tuned. thank you guys. Appreciate it. Let's get into the next interview. The next interview is Brandon Smith. Brandon Smith is somebody who, in this interview in particular, talks about spirituality. Now, spirituality is, a little bit, he didn't intend to go into spirituality here, but he finds himself talking about it. And he connects it with a lot of the topics that we see in today's world. A lot of people like to talk about spirituality, or, it tends to be where people end up spiritual because of a life experience or what have you. And, you don't have to be religious to be spiritual. So there's a lot of perspective surrounding this. But he really connects it with freedom. And like I said, he does live streams pretty darn often. And he interviews people pretty darn often. A lot more than me, I think. But he puts out a lot of great work, and not a lot of people know about him. So let's get into his interview. Mr. Brandon Smith. He's very relaxed. He speaks very nicely. I think you guys will like it if it's something that you're playing in the background. Thank you guys. And feel free, like I said, to check out the website. Of course, I always provide some visuals during each interview too, but always check out Dave 5, all the resources you can download and the speakers resources. Thank you very much. Let's get right into it. Of course, it's playing already. Of course it is. Here it is. Welcome. This is Corey Angelette. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I'm here with Brandon Smith, a friend that I've known for several years, and we did some collaborations before, but I wanted to really get down and sit down and talk about a lot of important topics that are happening today, even today's worldly events. Brandon has a podcast, several podcasts, and several websites. I mean, he's been doing this stuff over many different years. He's a DJ, stand-up comic, or a comedian, you say comic on your website, and podcast host, right? As I mentioned, his website is morelawsmoreproblems.com, shadowworked.com, and comedylol.com. He probably has other websites too. But Brandon, do you want to share a little bit about yourself and what has been on your minds lately that you think is really important for people to know as to why they're enslaved?
Yeah, sure, Corey. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Thank you for giving me this chance to talk about myself and what I figured out, because I feel like I've put a lot of different stuff together. Now, a little background on me. I just turned 46 this year. So I was in the United States Marine Corps from the age 18 to 22, active duty. It was a little different, though, because it was the 90s. So there wasn't all these crazy wars going on. So I had a really good experience, actually. And I saw a lot of things, and I learned a lot of things, and I got out in 1998, and then 2001 happens. We all know, we don't have to say it, right? We all know the big thing that happened. And I wrote about this in my book also, and I talked about how I felt after that happened. I was angry, and I felt like going to war, but it was shorter lived in me because I was already in the Marines. So like after a week, I was like, what am I thinking? I'm not going to re-enlist in the Marine Corps. I feel like I did the 4 years. I know what that's all about. And then by 2003, everybody's talking about early 2003, they're talking about invading Iraq. And I was very against that war, actually. And that's really kind of what started my waking up process, was that war, because I was like, Osama bin Laden has nothing to do with Saddam Hussein, because I'm one of these people who will dive deep into subjects. And I always loved history. So I just wanted to know as much as I could about that. And at the time, I still didn't realize that the thing that happened in 2001 wasn't what the media was telling us, So I think that happened probably around 2006 or 7. I figured it out. I saw that movie Zeitgeist, which I'm sure some people who have been in this movement are familiar with. And it really blew my mind. But I was pretty much open to it right away. So, and the other thing that really blew my mind about that movie was they talk about 2001, but they also talk about religion and astrotheology and how Christianity looks like it could be just a template that was taken and used for slavery, what we're talking about today, right? So it was another way to enslave minds. So I gathered after that it was all BS, and I kind of fell into the agnostic mind view, I guess you could say. And I stayed there and I was more focused on DJing, and then I got into stand-up comedy and I was more focused on that stuff. So I didn't really care. I would talk about stuff with people, but it wasn't really in the front. And then what really brought it to the front was this thing that happened in Connecticut. I call it Handy Sook because like this is one, if you talk about that school, like people just lose it. But I got interested in that because I'm from Connecticut and I saw that a lot of my firearm rights were about to go away. So that's actually when I started my website, morelawsmoreproblems.com. And I even made t-shirts that said Constitution Blackout. It was like a picture of the Connecticut license plate. And on the plate, it says Constitution State. So I just took a piece of electrical tape and put it over Constitution. And I was urging all my friends to do it. You know, I just had to do something. And I sold maybe like 8, 10 t-shirts, you know, nothing crazy, but people were digging it. And then after that, I started to write on a blog and I started morelawsmoreproblems.com. And this is way before I got into ideas of like Mark Passio and natural law and stuff. This was just, I figured we didn't need any more laws. We had enough. And it wasn't even like I was a Republican or anything. So from there, I would write on that maybe a couple times a year, nothing crazy. And then I was doing stand-up more. I got into podcasting, but it was still all about like the normie world. And then I started to get into, I guess you could say, spirituality and meditation. And I guess the new age, really, I started to drift toward the new age. But I was really lucky to come across certain people like Ram Dass. I'm not sure if you're familiar, you might have heard, a lot of people have probably heard of him. He was a Harvard professor who was involved with Timothy Leary with the acid, like back in the 50s. They got kicked out of Harvard. And then there was this whole cultural movement. Well, he was big in the New Age movement, but if you actually listen to what he was saying, he would steer you right through it. One of his favorite things that he said actually was every method is a trap. And that always stuck in my brain there because he was really talking about any of these methods that you use to raise your consciousness. After a while, you can become entrapped in it, become like a dogma, you know, like even meditation. And I know, you know, like Mark Passio talks about this stuff. I look at these things now as tools, just like a hammer or a gun. You know, it could be used to defend yourself, to build a house, you know, or you can use it to enslave people. And I saw that's what was going on. And that's about the time well, I was into the New Age movement, and then also on the other hand, I was into libertarianism and then like Murray Rothbard type stuff, like anarchy. But this, and then it all came together when I stumbled across Mark Passio because he kind of explained both to me, the flaws and the benefits of both of these ideas or whatever ideologies. And I was able to, I was also following people like Michael Tessarion at the time. So I got heavily into symbolism. And I actually listened to every one of Mark Passio's podcasts. I went back from one, just like he said, and listened to every one. And let me tell you, it was like it's like a, not an initiation, I could say. When you listen to all his shows after, it really is like an initiation into symbolism, the occult, and what all this stuff is. And so I was in that. I went to go see Mark Passio at Anarchadelphia when he did the Teaching Natural Law seminar. I wasn't able to make it for the weekend because I had weddings I was DJing, but I went out for that Monday. So I met him and I met another friend of mine, Joe, who was from Connecticut. We were in Philadelphia and he was moving to California at the time. So we became friends. And the funny thing is at 2021, I believe, his roommates in California gave him an ultimatum that he needed to take the experimental medical serum. That's what I call it. Or he had to leave. So he just moved back to Connecticut and we've reconnected since. So it's pretty cool. He actually works at my DJ company now. I got him a job there. So it's crazy how these things work out. But anyway, so 2020, though, I'm sure you can agree, that's really when everything changed. And when it first happened to now, I could say that my worldview has shifted substantially. And it has a lot to do with where, you know, a lot of people will talk about, do we live on a globe? Do we live on a flat plane? And there's this huge argument, right? And I did a show, we did a show on my show on the Over Sharon show, which you could find at morelawsmoreproblems.com. I do that with my friend Sharon. It's really interesting show, but We did a show about division. I think it was episode 11. And we talked about all these things in society. We even talked about like music and sports teams and religion and government and what side are you on, and, you know, flat earth, round earth, all this stuff. And we came to the conclusion that for us, we think that it's important to prioritize people's beliefs for yourself. So for me and you, right? I would say, or me and you, or me and anyone else, my highest thing is I want to make sure that they're living in accordance with natural law or the golden rule or God's law or whatever they want to call it. As long as they're actually walking that path, then I'm cool with you. You know, like we could be friends. And then the rest of the other stuff is cool. We could talk about it. But if you agree that living your life according to natural law, or however you want to say it, whatever belief system gets you there, you know, whatever totem you pray to, all that stuff doesn't matter as long as you're not on the side, you know, sacrificing babies,
Right.
or even just you have a job, like you work for a pharmaceutical company or something like that, and you're making all this money. That's still, you know, like, I'm not saying I'm not going to be friends or whatever, but like the common ground that I want to have, at least in my circle and people around me that I depend on, is that belief in natural law. So we talked about flat earth and round earth and all this stuff because Sharon and I both looked extensively into both of these arguments. And we've come up with, we think that they're both a psyop. And the reason I say that is because both of them get you locked into materialism. I believe we live in a spiritual realm, which is, I know it's crazy, but look at me, right? And I'm a comedian. It's fine.
And you
You can
came
take
from an
it.
agnostic background.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
got to that spiritual part just through this research and looking more into it.
Yeah, pretty much exactly. And this actually even works because some people you have like simulation theory people, and they explain, like, there's this one guy, he has a channel called Archaics, and his name is Jason Brashears. He spent like 20 something years in jail studying these old books because in Texas, and this is funny, a friend of mine confirmed this because he knows a lot about like masonry and all this stuff. But in Texas, like the 1800s, the Masons would load all the prisons with these books, like all about history and all this stuff, because they actually wanted to reform the prisoners. Now, we all know that's not what the prison system turned into today, but Texas never threw out any of those books. So they would just end up in the newer prisons. A lot of times they end up as like a TV stand or whatever it is. But he went through and found all these old books and basically read every day he was in prison and just took notes. And he started to notice this pattern of different either behaviors or like civilizations that would pop up and follow each other and all this stuff. So his conclusion was that we live in some kind of simulation because of it. And it's hard for me to attack his facts and all this stuff that he has, like the history and the patterns that he found, because I actually agree with him. But the way that I explain it is, I think we live in some type of spiritual realm we can't exactly explain. And the reason it might seem like a simulation is because those are the only words we can put to it. Our brain kind of works like a computer. Like a computer is a physical manifestation of our brain, really. It's something we create. So I think because of that, and if you think of the collective consciousness, the way that we're all plugged in, and see people like me and you and people that are awake and see things, we always look at the general public or whatever, and we call them the sheeple and the sheep, and we think we're outside of them, but we're all humans. So we're all kind of connected to this collective consciousness that like Carl Jung, I can't even speak right now, and Freud and all these people talk about. So because of that, we're not outside it, and we can't be observers, you know, so it's hard for us to actually comment on what's going on. So the reason why I think, because, you know, we'll look back in history and we'll say it's repeating itself and all this stuff, it's because all these people, but we don't actually put ourselves in it. We'll just look at the sheep or whatever. But I think what happens is human behavior, because of the way it is, especially now, because people are really wounded, and this is going to come right into slavery actually when I finish, because I think that's how you keep good slaves. There's this way to make sure that they're wounded emotionally, and then they're going to be a slave to their own terrible brain, their terrible master. They're going to be a slave to their own ego, really. And because of that, other people can come in and now be their slave master. just like you would see in normal society. You know, like most people just work and they're like debt slaves, really. But anyway, I'll finish up on the realm real quick. So what I think, I can't explain it is one thing, really. It's just a mystery. And that's something I learned from Michael Tessarion of just about mystery. It's like sometimes when you can't explain something, instead of trying to figure out all the time, you just accept that it's a mystery, and we can't really try to imagine the mind of God or creator or the all, or however you want to look at it, because maybe we're just aspects of that, but we don't have that advanced knowledge. It's similar to the Bhagavad Gita when when Arjuna asked Krishna, the god, to see his true form, because Krishna at the time was just an avatar. So he showed him his true form, and he was, Arjuna's like, what is going on? Like, he couldn't handle it. So I think it's that same level of not being able to understand because we're finite beings or because we believe this. But so anyway, I think it's this realm that would act similar to a computer, the way a computer acts. And but the difference is, right, if it's a simulation and we're in a computer, if it's a round ball in the middle of space, if it's a flat plane with a dome, that's all materialism. And if you could get people to and again, I don't care, what people, I'm just saying not you, but what I mean is, like, I don't care if listen or whatever it is that, if you think we're on a globe, we could be. I'm just saying there's the amount of evidence that we're not is insane. Like, it really is crazy. But I get it. Like, all the worldviews, that's really not that important to me. But the one thing, and that's what I used to say, I was like, why does this even matter? That's why I really never looked into flat earth or simulation or any of that. I'm like, that doesn't matter, because the behavior of people on this planet or in this plane or whatever is really what matters. And until that changes, nothing's going to change. But what I found is it could be a really big underlying fact, because if you believe, or okay, if you have a person that goes with the mainstream, we're on a globe, we're in space, we're in the middle of nothing, it gives somebody a very insignificant feeling. Now, even if it is true and you're aware of this, you could change it and then it's fine. But a lot of people aren't aware of this. They think that they're way out a speck of dust in this universe, and that gives them the sense that there's no God or
No
all or
purpose.
something, or even a purpose, but there's nobody watching them, and they can engage in all this crazy behavior. And where you see it really distinctly is Christians, who, and not to pick on Christians, but I've met a lot of really good Christians who are on the path, who want to be like Jesus, and I love them. But then I also met a lot of Christians, call them like churchians, and they just want to quote the Bible to you, and they just want to tell you how they believe in Jesus, so they're fine. But then they're watching, they're watching porn, or they're like doing all this other crazy stuff. And it's because deep down they don't believe there's a really a God or really somebody watching them. They kind of feel insignificant or like they can hide. So I think, bringing it back to slavery, if you have an entire population of people with this materialistic mindset, same thing kind of like with a flat earth plane, or even if you think it's a simulation inside a computer, there's still this element of materialism involved. And materialism was really disproved. A lot of the philosophers in the 1800s, the good ones that you don't really hear about, they kind of demolished this whole idea of materialism and randomness. All this argument's already been like destroyed. So and obviously people like us that believe in a higher power or whatever it is, or I'm not want to speak for you, but a lot of people that do already understand this concept. But when you can get an entire group of people to go along with this materialism, it's just kind of one more nail in the coffin. And again, like I said, I think this is some kind of experience that we're having that's meant to feel physical. I believe in this realm is really the only chance we get to express true free will. I kind of think that's why we're here, because even if you look at it from a materialistic point of view, if you zoomed in on your hand with a microscope, you wouldn't see anything solid. You're just going to keep going down until you see atoms and electrons and all this energy, right? So that leads me to believe that we're technically energy, but we're in a state where our consciousness doesn't exactly recognize that. So we're looking at all this stuff and thinking it's real. And while we're here, we do have this chance to experience really whatever we want, even if we want to go all down all the dark roads. And again, I don't agree with this. I don't think people should do it. But if they do, I think it's really not upon me to judge them for that. I mean, I'm not going to be friends with them. If one of these people comes at me with a weapon, they better watch out. You know what I mean? Like, I still believe in all that stuff, but I've learned to take my judgment away because I don't know what put them there. I don't know what they went through, all this stuff. So I can kind of have compassion for them and empathy, but not consent at the same time. So that's kind of what I've been writing about. But so that's what again, what I believe is some kind of energy, and we just can't quite explain it. Now, it does certainly look like we're on a globe, and this is the thing: if you seek and you shall find, right? And I believe sometimes that's a warning, because if you look into either of these long enough, you can kind of validate.
Right.
Because even if you get through a lot of the NASA lies and all this stuff, in like, they call every picture an image because they can't call it a picture because it's all Photoshop, and they admit it. It's so crazy. But on the other side, if you're a flat earther, you can also so now they have a model. The sun is never really going down, it's going away, and it's an optical illusion. So they can explain that, but what they can't explain is there's sunlight on the bottom of the clouds. So it's like it's really one of these things that I believe is meant to divide people because both sides think the other sides are, idiots basically for believing what they believe just on this one point, but they can agree on all this other stuff. It's really kind of ingenious. That's why I believe
think-
it's a psyop.
I think
Sorry.
the best thing, when it comes to any argument, whether it's in diet or religion or whatever, is that people have an open mind. Like, when they're presenting arguments, be like, make your own mind up. Like, I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to show what the ancients believed, or what knowledge has always been here, this perspective that you aren't told. That's not to say that it is true. And just because it has a lot of evidence does not mean it's true. But it's to say that you should look at it, and if you can attain value in your own personal life from it, take that value from it. But don't just make the whole idea that value itself. Take the value from it, take the value from the other side too. Understand its time and place, as I would call it, because everything has a time and place in this world, otherwise it wouldn't exist. Frankly, that's my perspective of it. But again, I want people to make up their own mind with this. When you talk about spiritual concepts, and I don't know if you were still going to continue with that, but there were so many things that you mentioned, and so I just figured I would jump in here.
Yeah, please do. Yeah. And I just want to say really quickly, this isn't something that I talk about or preach about. I don't have like this is a spirit realm channel and I'm going to change your mind. This is just, I'm just sharing some
Right.
new ideas that, like, this is fresh on
And that's okay,
the
because
mind
that's
lately.
how
Yeah.
do you open your mind to begin with? How do you attain freedom? You need to first get new ideas you've never seen before. And I don't think it's a coincidence that you're sharing this with me, and a lot of the people in our communities are talking about these other concepts. Even though we're not talking directly about slavery right now, it still ties in. Because
Oh, yeah.
if I look back at the 1800s and saw what the abolitionists were writing about, more than half of them, if not all of them, were spiritual in some regard and had a very strong spiritual foundation. Whether it was in a religion or not, many of them came from all different backgrounds. There were even spiritualist societies who were talking about seeing spirits and stuff. This was all in the 1800s, in the same time period as the slavery, and I don't think that's a coincidence that they were talking about that in relation to freedom, and we're doing the exact same thing right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It just kind of echoes throughout the ages, right?
Exactly, but in
These ideas.
particular, talking about slavery, I just don't think that's
Oh,
a
yeah.
coincidence, because we're saying, the spirit of man is dead when we enslave them. When we say they are under these shackles and they're no longer a human being, we're saying, like, they can't live out their soul, they can't live out their freedom. And as we know, without freedom, you can't produce anything. And, like, what's a life without freedom? It's not a life worth living, as many people would say, because it wouldn't provide you with happiness or your own property, anything sense of ownership. You don't know what is your own. I mean, or you are told of what is your own. It's just, it's confused. It's a reality that is broken from reality. And so I think going back to that spiritual path alongside freedom is only natural, because you're sort of saying like there's a destiny for humankind, there's something we're trying to achieve, and we're looking at something higher than man's authority. And if we're looking at something higher than man's authority, it's got to be by definition God, nature, natural law, whatever you want to call it. Like you said, I mean, really, there's 100 different names for it across every single culture. You know, it's not a coincidence. And then to look at each one of those cultures and them saying the same exact stuff, like about the golden rule, like almost all of them are like, do not harm, do not harm, do not harm, do not steal, be honest, you know, do not commit adultery, and you know, all sorts of things, like do not lie. And they all just tie into the same understanding as to like, this is reality and this is not. If you go against reality, well, there might be problems, and that's why you should understand reality and follow some sense of principles, have some sort of grounding guidance as to what you should do and not do in this life. Because if you don't have that guidance, are you really in control of your own life? You lack control because you don't have guidance.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know what your thoughts are about that, but
No, oh, I was gonna say,
Go
I
ahead.
really, yeah, no, I love that, and I also think because this is kind of what happened to me. I was, and I remember younger when I was when I was a Christian, and a lot of times I was just living according to the golden rule because I was afraid I was going to go to hell. And then later, even when I came across natural law in the beginning, I think I was still doing it more from a place because I was worried about karma. Like I was doing good things because I was worried that bad things might happen to me, right? And I think now, and this is something I'm writing about, I think that position is incorrect too, because I'm still coming from a place of fear. And I think that the natural end of it is just living how humans are meant to live, right? And getting into, I guess, not that you have to get into the spirituality stuff, but for me, it opened up my heart to a lot of things. And I see the natural order, like the way things exist in nature. Like, I don't know if you ever heard of Crow 777, but he has this saying called, "There is no lie in nature." And I love it because it's so true, you know, and starting to align my behaviors with that just in my own life, I could tell you it's just had phenomenal results. And I think that sometimes people in this movement could make that mistake. I'm not saying everybody does, but I think that the spiritual aspect is important because when you feel like you have a purpose and you feel like things are starting to line up for you, it helps really with a lot of this depression because outwardly it looks like we're in complete total slavery here, right? It looks like this is the worst time ever. But I really think that's kind of a psyop. It is, on one hand, you could say it's terrible, but there's so many avenues of opportunity, you know, with the internet, with just doing your own, you know, like having donation based stuff, and with the legal ideas, there's so many ways you can do it and actually get away with it according to the government, so they're not going to come give you a hard time, you know. So I think that is also important too, because like you said, if you're not here to have a purpose and, you know, have a good time, then you basically are a slave. No matter how much you know about these concepts internally, if you're a slave, and like I said, really all that means is you're a slave to your own negative self-talk, you know, like what's going on, like when you're alone. Are you just really hard on yourself? You know, if you try something, like me and you have these shows, but I'm sure other people have tried and they hate the sound of their voice and they're like, oh, that's terrible, no one's gonna like it, and they just kind of give up because of that. Now,
Yeah.
if that's the kind of, and that's where I was in the beginning of this, trust me, this, a lot of this stuff happens to the best of us. But the key is to overcome it. And then once you can, you really can live free, even though we're in a time of peak debt slavery, you know. You still can live as a free being the way that you're supposed to. And the way I look at it is like, I'm kind of like a superhero, right? Not that I'm going to save the world or anything, or maybe a secret agent, because I know this stuff and I know I could still have a fun life. Like I could sort myself in ways that I enjoy. And I really think those opportunities are out there right now for people. So that's, you know, one thing I've been trying to spread in this community a lot, really, because if we're going to do this type of work and we're going to study these ideas, we might as well have a good time and even commend ourselves, you know, kind of give yourself a pat on the back, because a lot of people don't want to do this work. or just even the self work that it takes to be able to do this kind of stuff or live a free life, like to look inside and look at your feelings and start to be okay with them. I was actually writing about this today, where a lot of times anger is going to come up, but we have to realize that there's nothing wrong with the anger. It's like a messenger, right? It's there to tell us something. And I wrote this today. I said, if you were a king and a messenger came in to tell you about an enemy army that's coming towards you, what would a good, great king do? Would he kill that messenger? You know what I'm saying? Or would he include that messenger, which would be anger, in the plans to retaliate? No, he would dismiss the messenger, thank him for his service, and then formulate a plan to deal with the army, that's coming, or whatever the problem is. So in that way, I use it as a metaphor for kind of welcoming in whatever feeling comes in and thank it for what it's doing. It's giving you a message. And then from there, you can move on with it and you can let it go. You don't have to be obsessed, because this is something I was working on, my anger, because I would find myself judging people and I was working on that. So I would get mad that I was doing that. So it was like this downward spiral. But then I came across a friend of mine who was telling me, like, just be easier on yourself. It's like you're doing this work. And then I started to kind of embody that message and now just try to share it with people, because I feel like a lot of people need to hear this. If you're into this stuff, congratulate yourself, go easy. You're working on yourself. It's really hard work that not a lot of people in the society are choosing to do. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
What do you think?
let's say, we are to talk to this person who is maybe new to a lot of spiritual concepts or new to a lot of the concepts we're talking about as a whole. Like, we're saying, about the government and statism and these things being really important to look at in this summit. From a spiritual point of view, where does the government stand? Is it ever a spiritual mechanism? Can it ever be used for the spiritual progress of humanity? I want to get your view on that. Is government inherently a spiritual death? Or is it something that could be used for benefit? Because so many people think, oh, it can be limited, it can help protect our rights and all these things.
I love that question. Now, I'm going to say that I think the government is basically, they're just playing a role. And if you want to look at it spiritually, it's because a lot of people right now don't want to take personal responsibility for teaching their kids, for having kids, for all these different things, for speeding down the street. Like you and I, we want to live by the golden rule and natural law, and we know all this stuff. But like sometimes I speed, but do you fly through like a neighborhood where there's like kids, and like, is your driving not reflecting natural law? All this stuff, because if it is, that's why the government's there, because there has to be, when people aren't acting in accordance with natural law, right? And when they're kind of getting away with stuff and doing stuff or whatever, there's always going to be this force there that regulates that stuff and that also provides the escapism. So they're going to provide like all the drugs, the porn, the booze, all this stuff. And the way that I feel the government comes in is because they're regulating all that stuff. They're making taxes on that. So that's kind of how they're allowed to really exist in the spiritual way. Now, I don't think it's something that if the humans ever elevated their consciousness enough to not need a government, I feel like it would just kind of go away on its own, really. But I don't think it could ever really be used in a positive way. The only positive way I see is that they're actually providing a service, because if it wasn't for the government, I feel like there would just be warlords in place, I think, or like organized crime. I feel like government is just like a warlord or an organized crime syndication, whatever. It's just they have a better PR department, really, is what it is. They have this
Well, yeah,
idea.
people perceive them differently. They see them
Yeah,
as
yeah.
moral and actually legitimate.
Exactly.
So it's totally different from like the average mafia or criminal.
Exactly. But they operate in a similar way. It's just the government has more of a smile and they're just a little neater at the end of the day. But they still do. I mean, people get killed by the police wrongfully. All this crazy stuff happens. And so it still operates like a form of organized control. But again, I feel like that's just the other side of people who uh choose to live this way that's not in accordance with nature. I could just even say it that way. You could simply put it, if you don't want to live in accordance with nature, and I don't mean like that you have to live in the woods and just, whatever. What I mean is like as a natural being should live with a moral set and all this stuff. So I think that with the spirituality of it, couldn't see it ever being used in a positive way. It always just seems to be like the darkness that's real, the reflection of what's going on. If you think about it this way, like what Mark Passio says is that you shouldn't have people in jail. You should let everybody out of jail and put them back into the society, because the society is what created it, and it's that same idea, because the people around that person don't want to deal with them. They don't want to step up and fix the problem. And I'm not saying like they should kill them or anything, but they don't want to help them get help or whatever it is. Or they allow these children to raise up in an environment that's going to cause these crazy criminals. As long as they don't want to fix it and they just want to ignore it and they just want to go make money and buy cars and do all this stuff, that's going to happen. And then the people are going to scream and cry for somebody to come in and take care of it for them,
Yeah. So that's
And-
why we need would you say like we need a moral education, a mass, amount of understanding? I mean, we
Yeah,
can get
I-
to that.
Yeah. I think it just really requires an elevation in consciousness. And I kind of think that's what's happening slowly but surely. There's this book called The Law of One that explains it pretty well. And again, you don't have to believe that or not, but just to use it as an allegory, I feel like there's a larger amount of people in society that are going to kind of elevate. Some people are going to elevate the negative path, and to do the negative path, you have to be like 95% negative. Like, so these people are super, it's kind of like Star Wars, you have one Sith master, and then it's like, you have to be the worst of the worst. And there's only two of them or whatever. Right. So, but, and I feel like the rest of the people that don't make it are going to somehow recycle back in and just end up in different positions, and then kind of have to either live another life where they learn all these lessons. I think that's why a lot of these controllers, these quote unquote controllers, are obsessed with living forever and not wanting to die, because I think they know that it's gonna probably not be the best, and they have this physical power, so they're excited. But yeah, so I think that's kind of where it is. So I believe as we learn our lessons and as our consciousness expands, we're going to need less and less of it. And I think the way it'll probably manifest, if I had to guess, is smaller pockets of places that it just kind of goes away. And then you're going to have like big cities. I think in cities, if you're going to continue to have these giant cities with all these people on top of themselves, on top of each other, I think that's where it's going to exist more. And it kind of is even like that. If you move out to like the middle of nowhere in Idaho, you're not really harassed by the government as much as you are like if you live in New York City,
Right.
So I think it's going to kind of continue along that cycle. And who knows, maybe one day it'll just disappear altogether. You never know.
Yeah. Well, if the people in the countryside who are close to that get this knowledge, it is very possible they can go to the full extent of living in accordance to nature. Quite literally, they are more attached to it. And the city people are obviously not. That's not to say that the city people are worse or that, they can't get better. I think what would happen, as we see through the test of history, is people leave the cities. They've realized it's too complicated. There's too many people. They were there just for their job, their material things. Like you said, the material world, it gets to them. And naturally, where do people go to vacation anyways? They go away from the country, from the city. They go to the country. They go to the most serene spot. People know instinctively and deep down inside. And as things happen, like 9/11, for example, people will leave the city and go to the country. And that's what happened in my area. Tons of New Yorkers just started flooding Pennsylvania and other places because they saw what happened. So that type of devastations like that are going to show like this is the problem with having too many people on spot, especially when nobody knows what's going on because there's too much going on. So these I think are just a test of time. And slavery is that thing itself. So like if we were to put ourselves back in the 1800s and we were to look at chattel slavery, and here are some people who are chained up in balls and chains, saying like, hey, you need to go to work on this plantation, pick this labor, and you don't get pay, or if we decide how much pay you get, and you can maybe work for your freedoms. Back in the day, they would say the slave can actually become free, but that means they still require permission. And there were still a lot of mechanisms in place. But if we were to look at that, I mean, we see there's a mechanism in place where the slave wants to be a slave, and the slave master believes, like, yeah, they're meant to be a slave master. There's these beliefs that are creating that condition. And over time, as the slave realizes, wait, I'm just like this guy. Why is he special than me? As I learn to read and write, as people give me more knowledge, as people even maybe give me the ability to self-defense, the slave realizes, like, wait, there's no reason why I can't be free. I'm just like this guy if I was given the ability to. But most people aren't given the opportunity. So, like, if we're looking at, like, freedom, well, I bet most people would choose to be in their own community, choose to be with potlucks and all this stuff. They just feel like, oh, I can't really do that. Oh, well, I'm too busy with this or that. Oh, I'm doing my job. Well, I think it's a matter of getting people together and making that happen, like you said. I think slowly but surely it can happen. And for people to say, well, it's never going to happen, and well, we should just succumb to our fate, I think that's an issue, right? I mean, because we can look at the Tao Te Ching and a lot of these ancient books you talked about where it says, let's not do anything. Let's sit back, let's relax, basically. Or, not necessarily do nothing, because I think people sometimes misinterpret it. But, people might get the interpretation of those books and say, well, I should just go with the flow and just let things happen. But does that mean they should let themselves become oppressed? And what are your thoughts about that? I mean, these books that say, we should have inaction, what about the time for action? Is there a time and place for that inaction and action where people just have to understand, like, hey, now this is when I can free myself? Or should people really start taking the action now, instead of going with the flow?
Yeah, no, I hear you. I like that question because it brings to mind, and this whole conversation actually brings to mind a quote from the Tao. I can't remember what verse it is, but it basically says, do you want to change the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. And it kind of, now you could look at it in New Age sense in this, the Tao, the Bible, all these religious sects of Bhagavad Gita. I view them as tools, just like I said before, a hammer or a gun. You can use it to enslave people. You can use it to let people justify their wrong behavior that's not in accordance with nature, or you can use it as a tool instead of a weapon. And the way that I use it as a tool, especially that quote, is again, when I was talking about trying to comprehend God's plan in the mind of God, there is some kind of plan, I believe, for this realm. So all the craziness that's going on, all the terrible stuff, the slavery and stuff, on one level, I can, be object toward it and be against it and stuff. But then on a higher level, I could see that it's all has to happen. Everybody kind of has to learn their lesson, maybe in this life, the next life, whatever, for whatever it is. And I don't understand, but something's going on, and eventually it's going to come back to what it's supposed to be, I guess you could say. So I have this faith in that, and that allows me to not be a victim, which I think is really important, because if you view yourself as a victim, you are basically a slave, because most problems I've found in our lives, we actually create without even knowing it, just through our own behavior when we're not aware of like natural law and stuff, right? You're just going around and you're looking out for yourself, and you don't realize why these bad things keep happening to you.
So you're
But
like
I
going with
found,
the flow unconsciously. Sorry,
yeah,
to go back to my
exactly.
question. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right. And so I think that when that's happening, and then you figure it out and you start to line your behaviors with natural law, a lot of different synchronicities actually happen for you in a good way, though. People come into your life when you need them, certain either teachings or whatever. Sometimes it's money. I can't even explain all the crazy stuff that's happened to me like this, right? So I think in that way, it does allow people to, especially when they let go of that victimhood, it allows people to walk this path more closer to what they're meant to do. They're to find meaning in life, right? And have something to do. So kind of, guess, to answer your question, I think that these spiritual ideas are they could be used either way, you know, and it's really up to us to kind of become mature and become adults and not look at all this stuff like it's literal, but realize that there's a lot of allegory in there and there's messages that are just on a higher level because you and I both know words have so many different meanings. That's why symbolism is so important. Once you become symbol literate, you can see a whole language in front of you, really, that's, that is never you never saw before. I mean, you just look on a bank or like Michael Tessarion showed with all the brands like the Lay's potato chips and the Nike swoosh and all this stuff. It's all around you. So, but when you could start to grasp the true meaning of words, the multiple meanings and the symbolism and what the symbols behind the words mean, like the word death, most people think of dying or somebody they know that died when you said that, but death also can just represent a cycle in nature. Like every winter is technically a death, or every time, like when a caterpillar dies, a butterfly is born. So when you understand this and you could put that same context behind a lot of different words, when you read holy text or some of the spirituality or even the new age stuff, it starts to make sense to you in a different way. And there's like a message being transmitted there. And I feel like it's like an ancient message. Like you were saying before, there are all these commonalities, like the golden rule, like, Buddha, Krishna, Jesus, all these people are saying the same thing, right? And in that same way, I think a lot of these texts can say the same thing once you mature and you grow up and look at stuff kind of like as an adult,
Yeah. Yeah, I get you. That makes a lot of sense. So, and I like that, again, you're taking more of an open-minded view, which I respect, because you're not necessarily saying like this is the only way, this is how it must be interpreted. Because sometimes, we can have hard heads, and honestly, I've noticed a trend: hard heads get things done, right? They're very stubborn. They're like, this is how things must be done, but they give a lot of people a hard time, and they can cause more division than unity. So they got to be very careful, and that's the need of accountability. But so when it comes to action, because, I would say you're within independent media, we're content creators. Would you say there's actions that you see aren't being done in independent media that you would like to be seen done? Because there's a lot of independent media that doesn't talk about spiritual concepts. They don't talk about morality or natural law or statism, really questioning the powers that be at the root targeted level. Do you think that has to be talked about in independent media, or are they okay just covering the news and what's currently going on? Should they set up real life events like rallies or get people actually involved, say this is what you got to do? What are your thoughts on all that?
I think that they definitely play a role, independent media. I would love to see them talk more about spirituality. I feel like, though, it's one of those things where people are like, oh, you're not supposed to talk about religion and politics. Of course they're talking about politics, but but it's such a divisive topic that I think it would be tough for them to do, especially with the audience that they have, but yeah, I would love to see more of that. And because it really is the key, to my mind, to the action that you were talking about, is the spiritual component. Because if you don't believe in yourself, then you're not really going to get very far. If you don't think you're going to do well, you probably won't do well, no matter who you're trying to reach or the message you're trying to get out there. But if you could believe in yourself because you believe that you're connected to whatever it is, again, like I'm super pagan adjacent, you can be like people that are like into Thor and Odin. I love all that stuff. It's really cool, and alchemy and stuff. But I think as long as you have some kind of foundation in the fact that you are not just this little speck of dust in the middle of nowhere, I feel like that's really foundational. But I think that it's tough, though, because a lot of the independent media, they seem to be shilling for somebody or another. You know what I'm saying? Like, there always seems to be something they don't want to talk about. Like, nobody ever wants to talk about the USS Liberty. You know what I mean? You bring that up, and that was our intelligence, or the United States Navy intelligence ship that was attacked by the great country of Israel in like the 60s, I think, during the 7-Day War. There's these certain hot button topics that you're not really supposed to talk about, but I feel like people in our community mostly get it, though, which is really cool. And I think that, this is something, because I also like Owen Benjamin. I think he's like one of the funniest guys ever. And again, I don't agree with everything he says, but he makes me laugh. And I found a lot of really great community among his followers, and he's somebody that's starting to get it. And he has this saying where he's like, be your own media. You know, he has like a saying that's like a hill to grow on instead of a hill to die on. You know, all these things he tries to kind of change the word magic that's going on with it, because I feel like a lot of people in our movement think it's kind of one of these heroic acts, and it's like we have to sacrifice ourselves or have some kind of war or compete against this, where I think if you come at it from an ideas standpoint, and I guess even spirituality, it really is just about building your own thing. Because if you go off and build your own or create something that's your own, I feel people are going to see you, and then you're going to become like this beacon of light, like an example to everyone around you. And they're like, wow, if Brandon can do it, then I could probably do it. And so it's going to pull people away, and then eventually it'll just crumble. I don't even think like a revolution is anything like that is necessary. I feel like anytime a revolution, especially if you look back at all the revolutions throughout our history, there's always elements where it's co-opted. And then soon after, it always kind of gets co-opted by the same people who want to, you know, run the slavery in the world. So, and it's amazing how it happens, you know, like through the Masons or all these different things that they have going on. And I'm not even saying all Freemasons are bad. I'm just saying it was one tool that was used back in the day. But yeah, so I guess that's how I feel about that. It's more about building your own and getting people that we know that are into this stuff to, if they feel called to do it. I don't think it's for everybody, but if you feel called to do it, I mean, you can even create artwork. I know a lot of people that are involved in just like supplements like CBD or different like reishi and lion's mane mushrooms and different tinctures and all this stuff. And they're helping people in the health way, or even different foods that they're growing and selling and stuff like that. So I think it really is a community effort. There's going to be all kinds of people needed to do this stuff. And I feel like just start doing what you love to do. That's going to help people, I guess, you know, or at least not harm people. And I feel like that's how it's going to kind of happen, you know?
Well, we know the action in the world that we create is reflective to our thoughts, right? So if we were to look at our mindsets, you know, you said, well, sort of you kind of naturally would get there, and the systems would naturally sort of just fall apart as more people understand this. Well, think about our own experiences with how, like, for example, you and I have gotten past this belief system we call statism. That is something where we naturally sort of ran into, and we're like, wait, now our own belief system just doesn't really make sense. Like, we had to confront our previous beliefs of left versus right or whatever political division we were in, and to say, well, wait, that doesn't make any sense anymore. You know, looking at my own morals, looking inside myself, I recognize this doesn't even make any sense anymore. So, like, you sort of do that within yourself, it would make sense that would happen within the world, right? So, like, what was your experience? Like, how long were you, like, a statist, if you had to, like, put a number of years on it? And, like, how did you get out of that in particular? You said you mentioned, like, Murray Rothbard and a bunch of people that you studied in the anarchist field. Were there any particular influences or things that really brought you to that information?
Yeah, I know that I was more, I guess I could say I was more of a libertarian, so I still believe in having government.
What's going on? Oh, goodness gracious, man. Fabian Liberty coming with the raid on Twitch. Most of my audience here are on YouTube right now because I'm a content creator. How's it going, guys? I am an abolitionist. Fabian may have said that before. Fabian probably said something about me. What did he say before he raided me? What did he say? Man, you made me interrupt my guest for this? What's going on, man? Darn, Fabian. No. Thank you, dude, so much for... yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what he said. Maybe he did, honestly. I mean, it's okay. I'm okay with that. But yeah, I'm not offended. Actually, let's not go to this scene. Let's go to this scene. This scene is cooler. What's up? How's it going? I'm wearing yellow. See? I knew Fabian was going to raid me. I was ready. I'm joking. I wasn't ready. I actually this is like literally the only yellow shirt I have, okay? I probably should have more yellow shirts, let's be honest. But it's gold, right? Not yellow, so whatever. Anyways, now the chat is stinking blown up, so what's up? we were having a whole bunch of talks about the interviews and all the things that we're going over, and then you guys rated, and now it's like, what's going on? But I can't not acknowledge you guys, 30 people coming in here just out of the blue. So in case you don't know, because you can see from the frame, there is about 50 people that I interviewed for this event, including Fabian Liberty. They did a whole presentation, and there's hundreds of resources all about freedom. So definitely, if you haven't checked it out, be sure to check it out. Thank you, Fabian, again, for rating me, and thank you, Silvar, for following. But yeah, thank you guys. And apparently Twitch had some like verification restriction where people couldn't type in my chat, so I was like, got rid of that, because I did not enable that in my chat, by the way. Twitch did that. But yeah, these interviews have been great, and I've been streaming every single day, basically showing the replays of each day, because this summit lasts over several days because there's so much content. In addition, at the end of the summit, we have a whole live stream roundtable where we can take questions, where all the speakers, or at least not all the speakers, 50 people in one panel would be a little bit insane, okay? But some speakers coming together on a roundtable and talking about all sorts of ideas related to abolitionism and slavery and freedom. The reason why I call myself an abolitionist and not a ANCAP or an anarcho-capitalist or objectivist, as I know some of you guys are, like Wellspring, is because I am focused on the action of ending slavery, and we can prove that government is actually slavery, historically, educationally, in every possible way. And I think day one goes over those fundamentals. So if you sign up for the summit on endofslavery.org or nato.1/summit, and I'm pretty extreme in my language, like I can just say to you guys, government is slavery, because I know you guys are already in that path of, okay, I'm open-minded, I'm willing to learn, I already understand government can be a problem, so it shouldn't be too extreme for you guys. But some people might come in and be like, what is this, and I don't blame you in case you do. Of course, all the resources I recommend people look into for themselves. There's so much great speakers, and frankly, I have to give them the credit because I was interviewing them, and a lot of the resources provided are from them. And we have full out like books in the summit. So if you sign up, it may be day 5 because it's the 5th of December. Well, now it's the 6th where I am. It may be day 6, even though I'm doing right now replays of day 5. You can still sign up for the summit, and there will be replays of every single day toward the end. On the final days of the summit, there's going to be replays of everything. Close enough that it isn't worth arguing over the assertion. Yeah. Well, basically, we break it down, right? Step by step. What is property? What is voluntary, what is consent, right? Every bit and piece to it. And that's day 1, is building up the fundamentals. Then we go into the interviews. Yes, this is live. You can see your comment on the screen. The speakers, the interviews, like the one I was just playing when you guys came in here, that's not live. That was pre-recorded, right? So I'm showing those, I'm replaying them each day. So that's what I'm doing, and of course, if you guys stick around, we can always maybe play some games or something, who knows. Of course, I have to ban these bots to come in thanks to the YouTube stream. Give me a second. Darn YouTube bots. This is a one-man show, by the way. So I'm hosting the Choose Summit with all these people, but I am basically running all this, all the site, the production, everything, basically. On my own behalf. Oh my gosh, so it's a new message I have to put in the filter? Goodness gracious. Okay, I'm going to be filtering out new dating. Because thanks to the bot for advertising dating, even though they can't put a link. So basically it's a useless comment anyways. Even if they wanted to share something, they can't even share it. So like they're just saying, hey, dating, and then it's like there's no link. Literally nothing they're going to get out of it. So what's the point of putting the bot in the stream? Anyways. Just saying. I'll have to add that to the filter. Either way, the bots are just going to keep creating new accounts. That's how YouTube is, and Twitch is better to live stream. I used to live stream on Twitch a ton. Basically, I was streaming right when Fabian started streaming, in case you guys don't know. Like, basically, we started around a similar time, pretty sure. And then I was going for several months pretty strong, like 3 days a week, like 6-hour streams, but it ended up like crashing me because I put so much effort into it, because I'm a video creator. I like to put a lot of energy into every time I speak, so you got to be more relaxed when you stream because you're going to be streaming for hours on end. And I would then get myself into like debates or some, talks with people in like the last hour when I'm basically exhausted at that point, and that's not a good idea to do. But nonetheless, I will be streaming more in the future, just planning to switch things up a bit. That way it is a bit more relaxed or a bit more chill, more fun. And I think when it comes to these ideas that we share, it doesn't have to be all serious. Of course, a lot of it is educational, and that's why I don't like to get myself into, debates, for example. I like to educate, I like to share, I like to do presentations, I like to write books. The next project is going to be a newspaper, info paper, where any of you guys can contribute. Many projects that we're working on. So if you don't sign up for the summit, you're not going to be part of this great awakening that we're going to create, because we have all the tools, all the resources. Is the modern day and age. All we got to do is motivate people, bring people together, and that's what I'm doing with the summit. That's what we're going to do with the future events. So please stream more, chillax for sure. Yeah, more people have actually been saying that. Like, there was a time I played Guild Wars on stream, and the guy was like, you should just stream this. And I'm like, yeah, that's not wrong. I could do that, but yeah, the restream bot basically will show comments from YouTube on Twitch or Twitch to YouTube. It's pretty cool. I never did both platforms at once. I usually only did Twitch, but then the people on YouTube didn't know because I'm mainly on YouTube. How long did it take me to get to like 1,000 subs, you asked, Journals? Well, I'd say like 3 years, right? I mean, because you got to keep in mind, the first year, especially if you're not putting out content is that like people want to see, that is like in your face, like, oh, Kanye West is the new best thing, and oh, COVID's the new best thing. Thank you for following Inversity. If you're not following like the latest trends and talking about it, you're not going to get that many views, right? And if you're not playing into the two-party system, left versus right, you're also not going to get as many views. So although I use some clickbaity titles now more than before, before I was doing a lot of poetry, doing a lot of just whatever, and I still do basically whatever, honestly. Like, I don't really care, and I'm not in it for the attention, but I do want to make the message louder, and I want to make the message better, so my content quality may have improved through time. My methods and the different things I've done, and you can see this on my channel. This goes for any creator. So the first year, you're just going to be putting out content, but it may not be the best, and in addition, it's going to be just whatever. As long as you're consistent, you keep up, then you're going to gradually find a following, and that's what I did. Found myself into communities and never expected I'd be talking to David Icke and Mark Passio and all these guys, right? So these are some of like really powerful people. David Icke, I mean, gosh, the guy was attacked on the media, like everybody knew about him. I think, you talk to somebody, they're gonna be like, oh, is that the guy who talks about reptiles? It's like, it's messed up because he talks about everything. But he's definitely been out there and he's traveled the world. Now he's banned from going to the EU. I don't know if you guys know this, but he can't even go to, like, 24 countries, DK, because they banned him from those countries just for speaking, just for being a very powerful speaker. It's crazy, insane. But welcome, Nicholas, on YouTube. Yeah, Twitch was glitching too much for me again. I don't know, man. But yeah, so I have content, though, not just on YouTube. I mean, I'm on every other platform, too. And I'm glad Fabian hit 1,000, because he hit 1,000 at a similar time as me. Oh, I just see. Yeah, Twitch could be going crazy. I see that. But YouTube seems to be fine, I think. My connection's fine. I feel like I'm missing something. Why did he stop the interview? Something about a raid? Yeah, so I got raided on Twitch. You probably... Maybe 2 people are going to be like, what is Twitch? Man, come on, get with the flow. Twitch is like a gaming platform, right? But there's politics on it too. And I have a political friend, his name is Fabian Liberty. And he's got content on YouTube as well. Basically, he brought a bunch of viewers from his stream to my stream, so I figured I'd give him a shout out. Corey's cast right now is not the basic right versus left, it's us versus them. Yeah, I mean, even that though is a dialectic I don't like to fall into. And I think every time I see the word they or these people or this, and to me it's like, it's still not there, right? It's getting closer, but it's not yet there. What's there for me is understanding that we're all basically humans, right? We all share the same reality, and therefore, what makes us any greater or lesser than anyone else? And that is just a matter of practice and exercise of those, may you say, birthrights that we are given by the Creator or nature, for example. I know some people are going to criticize me for the word rights or humans, but you get the point. Twitch is good, but I'm having issues restreaming from Twitch onto Twitch. From Twitch onto Twitch. Oh, wow. What's the YouTube channel called? Fabian Liberty. Here, I put it in the chat for you. Yeah, but thank you guys for hopping on by. You can look up his channel on YouTube and Twitch. He does a lot of debate stuff, a lot of current news. Good stuff. And I like to network with people. So again, he's one of the speakers on the event. He did a whole presentation. That's coming up very soon. So if you sign up, you'll definitely stay posted. Speaking of the summit, I have to send out the next summit day because it is a little bit over 12 a.m. EST for me, which means it's the next day. So I have to send out the day 6 email to everybody, and I have to make sure that everything's set up so that way people can access the next day. Like I said, if you guys missed the previous days, all good, no worries. You'll be able to access it on the final days anyways, any day you want, any resource you want. And people, even the speakers themselves, are reposting these talks, and you can do that too. You can clip them, you can repost them. Feel free to do that. That's part of the reason why I did this and have it in this format. Yeah, so thank you guys for joining me. I'm going to make sure I send that out. And if you guys have any questions and you want to talk amongst yourselves, please do. I'm going to continue the interview that was playing. This guy is going into all sorts of different topics, including spirituality, which I think sometimes that's another part where the ANCAP falls off for me, is because you can bring in other perspectives, you know. You can bring in religion, you can bring in different things, and, you know, I have strong views about religion too. Like, maybe religion's not the best thing, it divides people, but we can bring a lot of people together as long as it's all voluntary, as long as we're not promoting slavery. We can come together and say, yes, we want to end slavery, we want to end the violence against people's wills, people imposing their wills on others, right? And I think that's where we can hopefully unify. Statist are they, rest are us. Well, it could sound like that at times, I feel like, but we don't want to separate people just because of a belief system they may have had, because we've had that same belief system ourselves, and it's kind of demeaning to be like, you're a statist, or you're this and you're that, and then you also become part of an identity by doing so. Yeah, I'm pretty old school, but that was pretty cool of him, and thanks for clarifying. Yep, all good. So let me send out those emails. If you guys sign up, you'll get it. So either way, if you signed up, you're going to get it. Be sure to do that. endofslavery.org, right there below me, you'll see. And I'm going to continue this interview. So sorry for interrupting for those who were already watching. But thank you again, Fabian, for the raid, and you guys joining. Appreciate it.
Abolitionism,
oh gosh,
has been mostly
playing another video.
forgotten by the public.
Yeah, so this is actually a quote from abolitionist Lysander Spooner. You guys probably know him. There's many others though that we're not taught about, so that is interesting, right? It seems like it unpaused when I switched scenes, so the interview before. I can go back to it.
Do you want to share your links? And,
There has to be a way to go about this then.
And basically, so what I do with these streams every single day for now with this event is basically showing not just the replays of each day, but extra videos and extra resources, and of course chatting and whatever else. So this guy, he has a channel. His name is Brandon Smith. And I'm pretty sure this interview is almost over anyways. So I'm not sure exactly where we were. You can tell me, Shine, where we were when this plays. But we'll let it play off on the last 3 minutes because I don't think it took that long that it was playing the next video already. All right, let's make sure.
Like, there has to be a way to go about this that makes sense. Now, he might believe that we're always going to need a government, but that doesn't mean that I can't listen to him or hang out with him or follow him or whatever, right? And I think that's something that people should take away, because we really need to come together. It's just like the story that they say for the American Revolution, you know, united we stand, divided we fall. Like all those people, there was even slave people, pro and anti-slave, that got together, that were, you know, they're into the other slavery, but they got together to fight because they realized that everybody was needed. So I think that's really what I could say to take away is from any of my message is just really we need that unity, that all that division, all that stuff is, most of it's manufactured. It's so crazy. I mean, these types of division, these tactics have been used for thousands of years to keep people separated, you know? So I think it's time for us to kind of grow up and overcome that and
Right.
just be men and women, you know,
Yeah.
and look at that kind of stuff and just
Right.
get away from all this division, you know?
Yeah, like all past all the titles, past all these particular things that have been
Yeah.
used because if we're going to evolve consciously, like you said, and not get stuck in a material, then we would not even call ourselves anarchists. I mean, we would literally just be human beings, would we not?
Exactly. Yeah, we're just men and women. I like to say it that way because
Yeah.
all the legally, you know, yeah, human is like, what's that?
Or
now?
like in Lord of the Rings, like they say we're free peoples. We're all
Yeah.
free peoples. They just refer to everyone as free peoples, and then the people who aren't free happen to be the orcs or the people who followed the Dark Lord Sauron. I did a whole presentation about that, but
Oh, we can talk about Lord of the Rings anytime. Have you ever read the Silmarillion?
no, but I know that's like the world favorite of
Dude.
the Lord of the Rings world. I do.
So much gravy in that thing. I listened to it like 2 or 3 times, which is insane because I don't have, you know, much of a social life, so it's cool. But I mean, I choose that right now. But yeah, I think that creation story in there is closer to what the real creation story is. Like, I don't know. Yeah. But
Well,
anyway,
thank you, man.
yeah.
Thank you so much for
Thank
sharing
you.
all this information with everybody. I encourage everybody checks out your channels, Brennan Smith, right? And you have you want to share your links and your websites for everybody?
Yeah,
'Cause there's
sure.
might be
Go
ones
if you
I
go to
miss.
No, that's fine. Morelawsmoreproblems.com is the best one. And if you're going to check out one of my shows, check out the Oversharing Show. We do it every Thursday night. We premiere it at around 8:30, and it's on Brandon Bonanza is my YouTube channel. We also list the show on Telegram, and it's in podcast form also on like iTunes or Podbean or any of that stuff. But yeah, check it out because we talk about a lot of this stuff, and we're always really asking questions, though. We're not making claims. I think that's really important because we don't know for sure. Like, we don't know what happens after we die. We can think about it, but we're always asking questions, and we come at it in a fun way because I'm a comedian, so I'm always making silly jokes. So
Awesome, man. Thank you,
Yeah.
everybody. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Take care. It's the End of Slavery Summit. I'm Corey Angelot. Signing out with Brennan Smith. Take care.
All right, there we go. That's concluding that interview. And thank you for those of you who stuck by that interview. But don't worry, there's more to come, of course. And you guys who are just new coming in here as well, don't worry. There's some videos here that are, I think, really helpful in case, you know, you're new to a lot of this information. What's playing right now? Okay. So that's my little intro and outro in case you haven't heard, since you guys are all new here. I've been streaming every day, and we're about at the 4-hour mark, so that's why we've went over about 3 interviews so far. But now we're gonna go over some other things. So you guys maybe are curious about why I call myself an abolitionist and what it means, and what is liberty, and what does a voluntary world look like? Well, the videos that we're going to show go over just that. And so, let's see, should we start with the abolitionism or should we start with learning about liberty? I feel like that abolitionism one should come last because that's the action. So maybe we should learn about liberty first. Here, I'll put that one last. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this little animation, but it is called the philosophy of liberty. The philosophy of liberty. Not sure if you guys have seen this. Larkin Rose did this. Man Against the State voiced it, and these are both speakers of the summit as well. Both individuals who care a lot about freedom and educate a bunch of people, and they both actually make animations as well. Graham Wright is his actual name, Man Against the State. And so it'll be very cool to see. Here, let's skip to it. All right, here it is. Looks a little cheesy at first. It originally has no voice. So what Man Against the State, Graham Wright, did is he overvoiced it. And it's pretty popular on YouTube and different platforms as well. Many people have reposted this graphic, so I'm not sure if any of you have known about this. But if not, well, then here you can learn a lot. I will continue to share. How long have you been doing this on YouTube? On YouTube in general, like I told you about, well, you were the one who asked before, about 3 years or so. And live streaming, I haven't live streamed on YouTube that much, like at all. This is pretty much the first times I've been live streaming on YouTube. I usually live stream on Twitch. At least I used to a lot. Yeah. Cartoons, let's go, man. We can learn like kids again. This is the way. Honestly, this is probably the best way we can educate people. Let's be honest. So they do really well. If you guys are good at animations, hey, it's good stuff. And feel free to reach out because, you know, if you ever need people to collaborate with, there's tons of people. We all need to network together and make this happen. All right, let's see it.
The philosophy of liberty is based on the principle of self-ownership. You own your life. To deny this is to imply that another person has a higher claim on your life than you do. No other person or group of persons owns your life. Nor do you own the lives of others. You exist in time, future, present, and past. This is manifest in life, liberty, and the product of your life and liberty. To lose your life is to lose your future. To lose your liberty is to lose your present. And to lose the product of your life and liberty is to lose that portion of your past that produced it. A product of your life and your liberty is your property. Property is the fruit of your labor, the product of your time, energy, and talents. Property is that part of nature which you turn to valuable use. Property is the property of others that is given to you by voluntary exchange and mutual consent. Two people who exchange property voluntarily are both better off, or they wouldn't do it. Only they may rightfully make that decision for themselves. At times, some people use force or fraud to take from others without voluntary consent. The initiation of force or fraud. To take life is murder. To take liberty is slavery. And to take property is theft. It is the same whether these actions are done by one person acting alone, by the many acting against the few, or even by officials with fine hats. You have the right to protect your own life, liberty, and justly acquired property from the forceful aggression of others. And you may ask others to help defend you. But you do not have the right to initiate force against the life, liberty, and property of others. Thus, you have no right to designate some person to initiate force against others on your behalf. You have the right to seek leaders for yourself. But you have no right to impose rulers onto others. No matter how officials are selected, they are only human beings, and they have no rights or claims that are higher than those of any other human beings. Regardless of the imaginative labels for their behavior, or the numbers of people encouraging them, officials have no right to murder, to enslave, or to steal. You cannot give them any rights that you do not have yourself. Since you own your life, you are responsible for your life. You do not rent your life from others who demand your obedience. Nor are you a slave to others who demand your sacrifice. You choose your own goals based on your own values. Success and failure are both the necessary incentives to learn and to grow. Your action on behalf of others or their action on behalf of you is virtuous only when it is derived from voluntary mutual consent. For virtue can exist only where there is free choice. This is the basis of a truly free society. It is not only the most practical and humanitarian foundation for human action, it is also the most ethical. Problems in the world that arise from the initiation of force by government have a solution. The solution is for the people of the earth to stop asking government officials to initiate force on their behalf. Evil does not arise only from evil people, but also from good people who tolerate the initiation of force as a means to their own ends. In this manner, good people have empowered evil people throughout history. Having confidence in a free society is to focus on the process of discovery in the marketplace of values, rather than to focus on some imposed vision or goal. Using governmental force to impose a vision on others is intellectual sloth, and typically results in unintended, perverse consequences. Achieving a free society requires courage to think, to talk, and to act, especially when it is easier to do nothing.
All right. Yeah, I love that animation. Great stuff. It's just like yesterday. We had some really great animations as well. And I'm sort of just bringing them all together for this event. There's just so much great stuff out there. I mean, you'll come across all the best animations in this summit, I can assure you, based on talking to so many great people who have directly worked with it. And I hope more people work on animations. The guy Graham Wright you see at the bottom, he created animations himself, and he's like, man, I don't want to create more animations. They take too much work. But he's got hundreds of thousands of views from doing so, and it helps a lot of people. And it looks really simple, some of these animations, you know. But they could still take a good amount of time either way. I have some scripts that we can potentially do stuff in the future with, so of course we always got to stay tuned, but we can help each other out in the process as well. There's going to be a lot of action steps as time moves on in this event. So for a lot of you who are new to not just the knowledge, but to the action, the summit is going to provide both. And I don't make a penny off of any of this information. It's purely just educational. The next video is also really good when it comes to understanding how a voluntary society operates. There's even a little bit of Q&A mixed in. So I figured it's a very good video that is really well-rounded about everything. All right, let's get into it.
So a guy shows up at your front door, and he says, can I have a few minutes of your time? I've got to tell you about something. You say, oh, well, what is this? I'm busy. Well, I'm new in the area, and I perform certain services, and I think if you'll give me a few minutes of your time to explain what I do, you will agree that you cannot possibly live without the services I provide. And you say, oh, make it quick. He says, okay. Now it's kind of complicated. It's not quite as simple as somebody just happens to sell you a certain product and you say, all right, can you hurry and get to the point? What services do you perform? And he says, well, that depends. You see, I and my team of other people who help me, we decide from time to time what services we think you need. And it might be that we give you food if you need it, or it might be that we help fix your car if you need it. It might be that we protect you from scary people in the world. But we decide what services that we think you need. And so you say, so I don't even know ahead of time what I'm paying for? Well, no, but you just trust that we have your best interests at heart. These services just sounds pretty weird to me. Well, what does it cost? Well, we decide on a regular basis how much it's going to cost you, and the price may change, it may fluctuate, but we'll decide that. We'll decide what the services are worth and what you should pay and what we're going to do for you, if anything. And you say, this sounds way too vague. I'm not doing this. I'm not interested. Get out. He says, well, maybe I wasn't clear. I didn't get around to explaining this part. You don't actually have a choice about whether to hire us. I'm just here letting you know that we're in town and we talk to your other neighbors, and this is what we do. We will decide what services to provide for you, and we will decide the price, and we really need you to participate. I mean, your other neighbors are going along with this, and we need you to go along too and do your fair share. And you're saying, what do you mean? I don't have a choice whether to pay you or not? Like, what are you going to do if I don't? Well, we don't want to get into that, but I'll just say there can be adverse consequences if you don't pay for our services. But we don't get into that because I'm sure you want to cooperate and be part of the community and chip in and help out like a good member of the neighborhood would. And you say, this is sounding really shady and weird, and you sound like a psycho, so please get out. And slam the door in his face. He comes back the next day with somebody else. And he says, I was thinking about it, and maybe you're right. It just did come across kind of pushy last time, and I'm sorry about that. So this time I promise you're in charge. It's up to you. You're the boss. And I'm sorry if we came across as kind of pushy before. And you say, okay, so now I get to decide what services I need? Well, no, you still don't get to decide. We still decide that. Well, do I get to decide what I'm willing to pay for it? No, we still determine the price, me and my buddy here. And you still don't exactly have a choice about whether to pay for it or not. You say, that's exactly what you said yesterday. It's just, no, wait, no, it's not. You see, here's the arrangement. Each week, me and my buddy are going to come here, and you get to decide which one of us will be running the things that week, and we'll decide what services you need and how much it'll cost, which you do have to pay. But see, really, you're in charge, because if you don't like it one week, the next week you can decide that the other one of us will be in charge and decide what services you need. And so you're in charge, because you got a choice. I mean, isn't that what freedom is all about? You have a choice between me and my cousin Bubba. And so it's up to you. You're the boss. And you say, I'm still not the boss. You're just threatening me twice. Please go away. You slam the door in his face again. He comes back again the next day and says, maybe I didn't quite explain things right. You see, when we perform these services for you, when we decide what you need, what's best for you, what's best for the neighborhood, because sometimes it might not be you who's benefiting. It might be that someone down the street needs help and we'll be helping them. You might not actually get any services yourself, or we might do things that you don't particularly want. But we're all in this together, so what matters is that everybody in the neighborhood participates, and in a way we're representing you, because we're deciding what's best for the neighborhood as a whole, and we're deciding what that should cost and what your fair share is, and then you pay up, or there will be adverse consequences. And you say, you keep saying adverse consequences. What do you mean? Are you threatening me, or are you just saying things will work better if I pay up? Well, we can't allow people to freeload. We can't allow people to not contribute to the good of the neighborhood. And you say, you're just threatening me. You're just the mafia. You just don't want to come out and say it. And you slam the door in his face. The next day, somebody else shows up and says, hi, I'm running for U.S. Congress. And I have some great plans of what should be done in this country. And I have some ideas of what me and my organization called the United States Government can do for you. And you say, well, do I get to decide what you do for me? Well, no. You can ask, you can beg, but ultimately I decide. Well, do I get to decide how much I'm willing to pay for this? No, we decide the price, and it'll change, and it'll usually go up on a regular basis. Well, this doesn't sound like a good deal to me. Do I get a choice to not pay? No, you don't get that choice. Now, what is the difference between the two scenarios? In the first, I'm pretty sure everybody here would recognize that guy, when he shows up at your front door, and then when he shows up again with his cousin Bubba, there's something wrong with him. Like, not only is he a criminal, not only is he threatening you and being vague and weird, nobody would agree to that. Yeah, you can perform whatever services you decide to perform or not, and charge whatever you want, and hurt me if I don't pay. Nobody in their regular life would accept that. We'd all recognize that as criminal, if not downright insane, if somebody showed up at our door and suggested that. What can we conclude from the fact that almost everybody recognizes that? We can conclude that almost everybody inside is an anarchist. Because the guy who shows up at your door and says, I'm a congressman, is making the exact same deal. And the only reason anybody recognizes it as legitimate or valid at all is because they were indoctrinated by the time they were really little to think that when certain people do this insane, destructive, immoral thing, it's okay. When anybody else does it, we recognize it as this guy is a creepy, invading, attacking, thieving mafia thug. The point of my talk today is that we are all born anarchists. We all grow up as anarchists. We are all anarchists 99.9% of the time. But we are taught that there's this little weird exception that if we don't have, it's the end of the world. And how many times have you heard or even said yourself that we can't possibly survive without government? We need some sort of government or there'll be chaos and mayhem. The only ingredient government adds to the equation is somebody coming to you and say, I'm not one of those organizations that you can decide to fund, that you can say you want to say what services you want, and you can say, I don't want that one, I do want that one. I would have wanted that one, but it's too expensive, so I'll go somewhere else. No, we're one of the organizations that gets to decide for you, for your own good, what you have to pay for. And that is the only context in which we would accept that. And I want to go through some of the other things that we only accept in the context of political mythology. Now, if two guys come to your door and said, one of us is going to rob you, but you get to choose, I don't think any of us are dumb enough to think that means we're in charge. And yet every single person who thinks democracy is a great thing thinks that we're in charge because we get to choose between two people threatening us with violence and stealing our stuff. But only in that context. Only if it's done within the rituals that we've been taught are legitimate. Well, the Constitution is there, and we have elections, and they have these big buildings, and they wear these fancy suits and say big words, so it must be real when they do it. We don't believe it when the guy and Bubba show up at the door and say, one of us is going to rob you, and that means you're in charge. But if they do enough rituals and put on an impressive enough show, most of the world believes in that and downright worships democracy. I'm here to tell you democracy is insane and one of the biggest threats to humanity because it's the guy and his cousin saying, you get to decide which one of us is going to boss you around and take your money. That doesn't mean you're in charge, and we would all recognize that in any other context. Another example of the mythology that we're taught to repeat, the rhetoric that we say, we hear it everywhere, and if we don't hear anybody pointing out how insane it is, we accept that, well, it must be true. That must make sense. That must be, a great way and necessary way for society to be. Oh, incidentally, I should admit, I repeated all these same goofy things. I believed all these goofy things for years and years and years. So I'm not going to pretend that I'm better than you because I know better. I look back to what I advocated and believed and assumed before with great shame, but I feel compelled to admit it because I was an anarchist my whole life but didn't know it and didn't realize it because there was this weird mythology that was stuck inside my head that completely warped my moral code, my perception of reality, and my behavior. As another example of one of the bizarre, completely bogus terms I used to say is, they represent us. Now, what government does is pass and enforce laws. It writes down a command and it says, here's what you have to do, or here's what you're not allowed to do. Here are the adverse consequences if you disobey. If you don't pay this tax, if you are caught with marijuana in the state other than Colorado, if you do this or that, or if you don't do this, if you don't register, you're this, that, or the other thing, here are the penalties. It's a fine, it's an imprisonment. We're going to come do nasty things to you if you don't obey us. And specifically, taxation is you're going to give us money or we hurt you. Now, they won't ever say it in those terms. They will be the guy at the door being a weasel who won't come right out and say and specifically literally describe the arrangement, which is you're going to give us a cut of everything you earn, or eventually we're going to cage you. And the power of the indoctrination we receive can be seen in the fact that everybody knows that. On one hand, everybody knows if you don't pay tribute to the ruling class, and yes, it is a ruling class, and we don't use that term anymore, but it totally is. If you don't pay tribute, we all know bad things will happen to you. And it'll start with a letter, and oh, did you forget to file? Give us your money. And it'll get worse and worse until they get really nasty, and they'll steal your house or wipe out your bank account or stick you in a cage. We all know that. And yet, we still talk as if, well, we choose to do that, but we cooperate voluntarily. And so on the one hand, most people, they know that every law is a threat backed by the threat of or is a command backed by the threat of violence. And on the other hand, it's like they don't know it. It's like we're trained not to see it because they describe it using different words. And when they say, we represent you, that is the most bizarre lie. Well, maybe the second most bizarre lie. I'll get to the first in a minute. If somebody bosses you around and hurts you if you disobey him and takes your money and sticks you in a cage if you resist, he is not your servant. The fact that anybody needs to say that and the fact that that conflicts with what most people believe is just amazing to me. That there are about 300 million people that call a gang their servants when that gang bosses them around and takes their money and hurts them if they resist. And yet we repeat the mythology because we hear it everywhere. That we're really in charge. Really? Try to tax your congressman. See what happens. Find out who is in charge. You'll end up in a cage. Now, if he taxes you, you'll end up in a cage. If you tax him, you'll end up in a cage. You are not in charge. But if they can spread the mythology that makes people put up with it and imagine it to be legitimate, they can get away with a whole lot more. And so that's why we're taught to use terms that are completely inaccurate. I said there's one even more insane thing. Here's my most insane favorite thing that people say, and I don't specifically remember saying it myself, but I'm sure I did at some point. We are the government. If you can't distinguish between yourself, the victim of threats of violence, and the people threatening you, that's a great sign that you are under mind control and indoctrination. And I don't mean magical, mystical mind control. I mean, you were raised to not see reality as it is. Because to say, we are the government, is exactly as rational as being carjacked and saying, I am the carjacker. And nobody is insane enough to say that. But we're trained to say, well, we are the government because we get to choose. The ruling class says you get to choose right jackboot on your throat or left jackboot on your throat, and that means you're in charge. In any other context, we would say, no, that's bogus. And all of the excuses that are used to justify government, we can instantly see through them in any other context. And the democracy being an obvious example. Giving choice of which person is going to hurt you doesn't make it okay. Doesn't make them represent you. If the two guys on the front step sat down and wrote a very fancy piece of paper that said, wow, we shall have the power to lay and collect taxes upon you, nobody would believe it. You'd think they were off their gourd. When the people who wrote the U.S. Constitution did it, most people, including me, not only believed it, but revered a piece of parchment that pretended to give to certain human beings the right to steal and the right to do things that in our daily lives we all recognize as immoral and destructive. And the reason I say that we are all anarchists inside is because in our daily lives, outside of that weird little game called politics, we behave as if A, peaceful coexistence is the ideal, and B, we each own ourselves. Now, if somebody attacks you, you have the right to defend yourself. Most people agree on that. But if you, for example, how many people would go to their neighbor's house and say, I want a good education for my kid, I want him to go to school, and you're going to give me money or I'm going to steal your house so that I can pay for my child to go to school. We all recognize that sort of behavior as criminal, if not insane, as completely antisocial and immoral. How many people in the country will vote for a school board to impose a property tax on their neighbors, backed by the threat that the sheriff will come take their house if they don't pay to fund the school to send your kid to? So why will we view the exact same action as legitimate and noble and great because it is described with different words? When in our real daily lives, we know that is not how moral human beings interact. Moral human beings interact voluntarily, which is why the only moral political philosophy is actually anti-political, is voluntarism. Because anything that isn't voluntarism is, by definition, involuntarism, which is another term for violence. And if we recognize that in our daily lives as something that isn't good, how is it that we are tricked into believing that in a certain way, if we do it by certain rituals, and they have certain buildings and certain documents and have elections and stuff, that it becomes okay? This is not a country or a world of people who think it's okay to violently attack their neighbors to pay for what we want. It is a world of people who have been duped into believing that if you can vote for somebody else running for office to do the exact same thing, it's okay. And here, I know I talk to lots and lots of minarchists, and I usually offend them, but they eventually fall off the spectrum most of the time. Like I did, like I was offended thinking about these things. If the guy coming to the front door says, knock, 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 here are these services, I'm just going to do a very limited number of things for you. I'm not going to meddle in your life in any other way, and I'm just going to take a very small amount of money from you. It has nothing to do with the underlying moral principle. You would still recognize him as a thief. You don't get to steal $5 from me if I didn't agree to purchase a service from you. So the idea of limited government in principle, is exactly the same. It's bad. It is still founded on the notion that rituals can give some people an exemption from morality. Now, to me, the destructiveness of authoritarianism and statism is not just that evil people grab a hold of it and do nasty things. I mean, if you don't know that, open a history book and turn to almost any page. You'll see that evil people are always first in line to grab positions of power and do nasty things with it. What is destructive about the belief in authoritarianism isn't even the people in government. It's that being taught to believe in authoritarianism and government and all that takes decent, moral people who in their daily lives would never attack their neighbor and teaches them that if you attack them this way, if you use the mechanism of politics and voting and constitutions and appointments and legislation, if you attack them that way, not only is it okay, but they're the bad guy if they resist. If you vote for somebody and we play all the games and what comes out the other end is you're forcing them to help the poor, or you're forcing them to pay for a police force and they get hurt if they resist, that is you being tricked into betraying your own moral code, your own values. That is the problem with the belief in government. It changes good people into agents of evil every single time, because the only thing that government adds to the equation is the idea that in certain situations it's okay to attack people who haven't hurt you. It's okay to rob people who didn't do anything to anybody. And whether it's big or little, the fundamental principle, the fundamental foundation of the idea of government is that certain people have an exemption from morality. And when good people believe that, they have every reason to fuel evil. And I'll give you an example, and the two main examples are kind of obvious. If half the country is political left and they think, I care about the poor, good, I'm glad you care about the poor. I want somebody to help them, good, I'm glad you want somebody to help them. I might go around making a collection or asking people, good, excellent so far. I might vote for somebody to do what? To threaten 300 million people you don't know. To force them, not ask them, force them to hand over money for something you think is good. Now, if you wouldn't do that on your own, why would you vote for somebody else to do it? Because you were taught that if you vote for somebody to do it, it's okay. Political right. I think we need to be protected from bad guys. Me too. Foreign bad guys, local bad guys, whatever. I think we should have an organization that we can call that comes and stops people from attacking us. Me too. I think we need a tax to force people to hand over money and put them in a cage if they don't, in order to pay somebody else to stop other people from forcing those people to hand over money. Or to put it more simply, I want my neighbors robbed so that they can be protected from robbers. And the only reason we don't recognize the absolute insanity of that is because of the rhetoric and mythology that's built up since before we could even talk, that we're taught the guy with the badge on his uniform, he isn't just a person. He's allowed to do things other people can't. The guy in those big buildings that we call congressmen and judges and all the magical people have rights that we don't. They're allowed to do things by way of these weird rituals that would be evil if you did it, or I did it. As soon as there is that ability to use the state, as soon as people imagine that that's legitimate, why wouldn't you try to use that to force everybody to be better? For example, nobody here can deny that if I was elected king and I had a big army to enforce my will, and I enacted a thing that says you have to exercise for 3 hours a day and you have to eat this healthier diet, it would benefit the health of a whole lot of people. Does that make it justified? No. And everyone recognizes that. So don't say, well, the common good makes it okay to subjugate the individual because you don't believe that in any context other than government. Well, I'm not sure what would happen if we didn't have government doing X, Y, Z. It's one of the most popular excuses for government. I'm kind of scared of who would protect me from foreigners, from local crooks. What about poor? What about this? How will the roads be built? Tell me, does anybody here think that they are personally justified in robbing their neighbor to build a road? themselves on their own. Because if you're not, why would you ever use the same excuse in politics and say, I can't quite picture how that would work, so I'm going to vote for somebody to rob everyone I know and 300 million people I don't know just to make sure it works out. Just because I'm not quite sure how it would work otherwise. We don't think that way in any context other than politics, because 99% of the time, we're all anarchists. And that doesn't mean chaos and mayhem and we hate society. It means we all accept that it's not okay to attack other people. That each person owns himself. The non-aggression principle of it's okay to use force to defend yourself against an attacker. It's not okay to be an attacker. We know that in our daily lives. We've been trained to imagine an exemption. The result of that over history, not just in this country, but the history of humanity, the vast majority of murder and oppression and every other kind of injustice you can think of was not paid for by tyrants. It was paid for by law-abiding taxpayer.
Real quick, thank you, Lush Future, for the 5 community subs on Twitch. I am sorry. I've obviously been distracted and I didn't want to pause, but I want to thank you for that. Thank you for the 5 subs. Appreciate it. That's very much a lot of thanks, because I don't actually go on Twitch that often to get subs, so that means a lot. Thank you.
It was not enforced by the tyrants. It was enforced by mostly good people who imagine that if you call it law, it's okay to enforce it. Evil has always been fueled by good people duped into imagining authority. If you want that evil to go away, if you want an end to war, if you want an end to oppression, you don't even have to do anything to the tyrants. You have to convince everybody else, all the decent people, that the tyrants don't have a right to rule and that we don't have an obligation to pay tribute to them or obey them. When people understand that, there will never be tyranny again. And that is why I often say, I'll say again, the problem and the solution has never been in Washington. It has never been in the state capitals. It is between the ears of 7 billion people who, because they have been indoctrinated into the cult of authoritarianism, go along with, cooperate with, advocate, and fund mass evil. When we wake up and the good people stop empowering the monster goes away. He is only powerful because we think he is powerful. So, now let's go to questions and insults and people throwing rocks. What do we want to know? Do we have a spare mic? Or?
No. It's all right. I'm good.
Okay, you
Everything that you've said is true. And doesn't matter what anybody else thinks, because truth exists independent of our beliefs. And I just wanted to let you know that that is correct. A wrong can never be turned into a right, and a right can never be turned into a wrong. And so what's wrong for me to do to you as an individual is also a wrong for a group of individuals to do to anyone.
Right. And I accidentally became a voluntarist, or anarchist is the scary word for it. Voluntarist means I want everything to be voluntary, no violence. Anyway, by figuring out that it was impossible for government to be legitimate, one of the disproofs of authority, the proof that authority, it isn't just it can be used for bad stuff, it isn't just it can be corrupted, the idea is insane. And my book, The Most Dangerous Superstition, that's the whole crux of that thing. And one of the disproofs is either human beings can make an evil act into a good act, or morality is the same for everybody. And so unless, to use an extreme example, do I have the right to go around murdering people? No, I don't. Is there any way I could make it good for me to do that? If I write a document, do a ritual, and have an election, and do all these weird things, can I make murder into a good thing? And everybody instinctively understands, no, there's nothing human beings can do that can make something bad into something good. You might change our minds about bad and good along the way, but you can't alter morality. Another disproof is you can't delegate a right you don't have. Most of you probably heard these, I'll do them really quick. You can't delegate a right you don't have, which means if I don't have the right to tax you, I can't give that right to somebody else. And if people can't give rights they don't have, it means nobody in Congress has the right to tax you. If nobody had it to begin with, where the hell would they have gotten that right from? And the last one, and these are all intertwined, the last one is you can't have a moral obligation to disobey your own conscience, to do what you think is bad. So anytime the law conflicts with your judgment, your choices are go with the law and do what you think is bad, or do what you think is right and break the law. Now, if the commands of government match your moral code and your conscience, they're just irrelevant. For example, if the politicians write down on paper, you're not allowed to murder people. Well, as it happens, I think murdering people is bad. I don't really care that politicians wrote that down, and that's not the reason it's bad. And if tomorrow they wrote down, never mind, now it's good, it would still be bad. The weird rituals they do over in D.C. has nothing to do with why murder is bad. So in that case, legislation is just irrelevant. If they turn around and say, well, now it's good if you do it in certain ways, and we're going to call it national defense, they can't alter morality, which means it's illegitimate. So the commands of authority, the laws of government, legislation, are always either irrelevant or illegitimate. They either happen to match morality, and who cares? It's like we the politicians declared that 2 + 2 = 4. Well, that's nice. It already did. We didn't need you to say that, and you had no effect whatsoever on reality. Or we declare 2 + 2 = 5, in which case you're wrong. In no case does legislation ever have any bearing on what is right and wrong for anybody ever. And the very simple proof of that, and the fact that the vast majority of discussion about politics misses things that are that simple to understand. I don't go around explaining things that you need to be a brilliant rocket scientist to understand. I go around explaining things that should be self-evident to any 70-year-old. And the only reason they aren't is because of the massive indoctrination used to make people not see concepts this simple, that I own me and you own you, it's not okay for either of us to attack each other. In our daily lives, when I put it that way, almost everybody goes, yeah, duh, so? And it's not okay for you to ask him to attack me. Yeah, so? And it's not okay for you to vote for him to attack me. What do you mean? They grasp the concept, they answer the questions right, but there's a disconnect because they've been trained into the religion of government. I used to say the belief in government is analogous to a religion. It's not. It is a religion. It's a belief in a superhuman deity that you can't point to, that has rights that human beings don't, that issues commands that it is a sin to disobey. That's called a deity. Government is a religion, and it's the most dangerous, stupidest religion ever because it doesn't even pretend that there's anything supernatural about it. You ask me to disprove God, that's pretty hard. You ask me to disprove the legitimacy of government, I can do it in 2 minutes, 3 different ways. Because they don't pretend anymore the king, or God made me king. They said, well, we had a meeting and I had a document and did a ritual, and then I had the right to rule you. It's the weirdest excuse in the world, and the only reason we accept it is because we're taught it from when we're very little, and we hear everybody around repeating the mythology, and hardly anybody says, this is insane. The way we talk about it is insane. The way we think about it is insane. The good people accepting the initiation of violence against others just because it's called law is insane, and is the most horribly destructive superstition in the history of the world. So based on videos, what about, as one example, fire service, and how do you deal with that in a voluntary society? 2 parts to the answer. First of all, do you personally have the right to use violence against me to pay for the fire service that you want?
No.
Good. Can you delegate that right to somebody else?
No, but we can choose as a community to do that because we want fire protection.
Do you and Gordon together have the right to demand money from me under threat of force to pay for your fire company?
No.
Okay, good. We just ruled out government. Now that we've ruled it out, we can actually think like rational, responsible adults. How should we organize and cooperate so our houses don't burn down? But too often the question starts with, I want the escape route of having an authoritarian ruling class to do it because I'm not sure it'll work without it. And the trouble is, as long as we imagine that escape route to be legitimate, we use it for everything. The answer is, I don't know exactly how it'll work. I have suggestions. I could make predictions. I don't think fire prevention is all that tough. I actually grew up in a town where it's private, and it's so good that they help all the surrounding towns that are all tax funded that don't do as good a job because they're nice. The one in the town I grew up in, they go to other towns that can't possibly have paid them. They don't even live there. They don't even know about it. And the thing is, and this is the other thing I was going to get to, but I was rambling on and on, so I cut it short, is I like to do it. I had done events where I would do an example of, imagine everybody in this room, we're it. We landed on an island. We're all there is. There's no cops, there's no 911, there's no authority, there's no government. And then I would go through, this is when I would do day-long events, so we had time to go through in detail, which we don't here. How do we deal with things? And let's say fires start, whether some person is starting them or lightning is starting them. What do we do about it? In that context, and we would go through, there's a poor person who needs help, there's some guy stealing stuff. We go through all these scenarios. Never once did anybody in any of the events suggest a government solution. Because the government solution to any problem is, first of all, I get to tell you what to do and hurt you if you disobey. I get to take what you've produced and hurt you if you don't hand it over, and then I'll decide what to do with it. Because everyone in any other context other than politics recognizes that as immoral. In the island scenario, it doesn't even occur to anybody. Republicans, Democrats, whatever flavor of status they might be, libertarian, anarchist, it doesn't occur to anybody to start with, I get to boss everybody around, because we know that's not okay. Without that as the starting point, they're really darn good at figuring out solutions to almost everything. Well, we don't want our huts burning down, so what if we organize and we'll make some buckets or something and get water, and people figure things out. But if they have the crutch of government, which is, well, let's have a central plan that's forced on everybody so I don't have to think about it, so I can get a guarantee, even though government guarantees are utterly worthless, but they give them. Don't worry, we'll protect you. And somebody breaks into your house. Well, we didn't actually have to protect you, but at least we took lots of your money to build a big police force to save you. And the fire company may not be there in time to save your house. But at least we'll have a big thing that forces you to pay for it whether they show up or not, and forces everybody else to pay for it whether they want to do it or not. The problem with the belief in government is that it makes everybody's first choice, whenever there's an unknown and a worry, and I'm not trying to downplay the concern, that one or any other, of what do we do about fires? It's a serious thing. What do we do about criminals? What do we do about helping the poor so they don't starve to death? And on and on. I'm not downplaying those concerns at all. I'm saying that when we believe in government and authority, our first choice will be immoral, which is, let's have a centralized idea forced on everybody to make sure this is taken care of. And if we don't have that philosophical crutch, almost everybody does way better and can, on their own, in 5 minutes, think of a better solution than government ever does. The thing that's often left out of the concern about, well, what about, let's say there's no government, there's no ruling class, but some guy gets power. He convinces other people to be his thugs, and he's going to be big and scary. What most people fail to realize is the massive factor that the belief in authority plays. And one example I like to use is, suppose you're a nasty bad guy, and the resources you have are 100,000 underlings who will do your bidding. However, only 2,000 of them are armed, and your goal is to steal $2 trillion a year from 100 million people.
The IRS?
Yes, except you don't get the benefit of having your victims imagine an obligation to pay tribute to you. You're doomed. You don't have the slightest chance in the world of running such an extortion racket.
Beautiful. Yeah, I think that's a really good talk. And he's got a lot of great talks. Some people may be unaware of them because he does a lot of videos where he sits down or animations. People don't look at his other stuff. A lot of people are familiar with his book as well. Hopefully I'm not too loud. I lowered my volume by half. But warning, I'm going to make it half as loud again. Make it louder. Because right? That video is just lower in volume. So if I don't increase my volume now, then it then everything will be uneven. So I need to increase my volume here. I could just and control the volume of the clip, but I had it maxed out and it still wasn't loud enough. All right, I'm hiring it right now. Okay. All right. Just wanted to warn you. All right. Turned it up instead of down. Man, I tried warning you guys. Anyways. Nice to have some of you guys from Twitch. Are you guys still watching from Twitch? Some of you Fabian Liberty people out there? I'm curious because we have a good amount of people on Twitch still watching. And if you're new to the whole event, I welcome you. You know, if you're new to everything that's going on, let me hear from you. Let's hear from you. You're always welcome in the discussion to share any of your thoughts, any questions, etc. Particularly, of course, at the end of this whole event, there will be a roundtable discussion, and you can ask your questions then. So that will be earlier than the time it is now, for sure. That will be about 8 p.m. EST, by the way. That's Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. And it's going to be around about halfway through the month. I don't like to give too many spoilers. That's my problem. But hey man, I tried not to scare you, but I had to increase my volume. I'm sorry. So I was thinking of, okay, if there's enough people that want to stick around, I can play my interview, because that's one of the featured videos, is the interview that I did. Or I can go right into the abolitionism video, which is the final video for tonight. And I think we could just play the abolitionism video, unless there's some people who are coming from Fabian Liberty's channel and they're new to this and they want to watch a interview. But either way, you can sign up for the summit and you can watch it all yourself anytime you want. Of course, within the day, but each day is extended past its day. So on day 5, you have an extended day 4. Or on day 6, you have an extended day 5, right? Yeah, easy on changing inputs. I tried, man. I had it on half. Man, I don't know how to warn you. There's the music at the end. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, this is gonna finalize a lot of what we talked about and bringing in the message of abolitionism. So enjoy. This will be the finale. We're at the 5-hour mark anyways, which is incredible. Time flies by. Wow. All right. But yeah, I appreciate you guys for hanging in and getting some sneak peeks into the next project. Look at that. All right, let's continue. The abolitionists of the 1700s and the 1800s were entirely right. They may have gone without any possessions in their travels. They were attacked and censored by the mainstream press and in the majority of the public, facing all popular opinion. They started their own independent newspapers and held meetings all throughout the country. They took time away from their day-to-day life to do a higher work of purpose for all mankind. They didn't just end at stopping chattel slavery, they also wanted equality among sexes. They wanted moral labor practices. They experimented with towns created only under the government of God. They used morality as the prime motive cause behind the end to all suffering. And in the end, their moral cause was victorious, but it still continues to this day. They didn't want war. They wanted to show no signs of violence. They did not want the government to mess with the moral affairs of humanity. They shared sympathy for that of the whole world, not just their own country. They didn't participate in any politics or anything connected to that of the government, of which has created and maintained slavery. They ultimately led the charge for the end of chattel slavery, which would have never happened as a thought of possibility if it weren't for their extensive and tiring educative moral cause. slaves started to rise up against their self-presumed masters. Many abolitionists didn't know how they felt about this. Most were against all forms of aggression, including self-defense, but their opinions soon changed as they realized how necessary self-defense was, how brave it was for slaves to free themselves from their immoral slavery. It was tough to witness, as abolitionists thought it may create a negative opinion of the slaves as being chaotic and immoral themselves. It would then reflect upon the opinion of abolitionists who cherished the cause to end slavery. Abolitionists like Lysander Spooner always held self-defense as essential and realized that the government would soon make matters worse based on all this, since it is by nature a monopoly on violence which ever created slavery to begin with. The abolitionists of the past prove it in their own words that they knew the dangers of government and its inherent danger to a moral society. What occurred was that the government wanted to be seen as that hero which the people will continue their slavish debt toward. It wanted to take over the moral cause and act as the victor for the end of chattel slavery. Violence to end violence. Lysander Spooner would note that this end to chattel slavery was simply a front for the other forms of slavery that government inherently maintains. A war was created that few people wanted. A moral cause of changing minds to free slaves soon changed to a violent cause of forcibly changing minds to free slaves. Being that the result was the goal, today we still ignore the means of how we obtained it. With less focus on education and morality, which is what sparked the whole idea of abolitionism to begin with, this core to abolitionism soon tired out as the American Civil War continued and ended. Since then, the intention in abolitionism has been mostly forgotten by the public. All they see is the end of chattel slavery and nothing more, reflecting good on the government, often disregarding the countless death in the process, the introduction of taxation thereafter, and other forms of modern slavery, despite the words and actions of former abolitionists telling us to look more. Confusion in self-defense was inevitable in the cause of abolitionism, but the government had no right to mess with the affairs of a moral humankind and even pay reparation to slave owners to free their slaves. Slavery would then still exist because the morality was not fully recognized and embraced. The basic idea that violence is wrong, that involuntary interaction is wrong. Government took the moral idea and applied it to legality, which no longer makes it a moral cause, it makes it a legal cause. Chattel slavery would end because it would be made illegal. However, legality created by human self-presumed authority is not morality, and it is always backed by violence or the claim of ownership over the life or property of another, dictating what should be done thereof, and who would pay for those reparations. Indeed, most of all, slavery would still exist because it is the government itself. Slavery or violence will always exist, but it cannot be an established institution, an aggregation, if not for the very existence in government. If you make the case that chattel slavery would have not ended without government, then ask yourself what use the abolitionists were to the cause, and ask yourself how governments have been funded, created, and maintained throughout history since their beginning. The first form of government was the first form of slavery, and every argument made against the abolitionism of one can exactly be made against the other. It is time to understand what work still needs to be done with your help to end slavery once and for all. All right. Yeah, so I figured that would be a good video to conclude on. Of course, on the screen is showing my slavery book, which you'll actually get as a free resource upon signing up for the summit. So you can feel free to do that. And in it features many quotes from the abolitionists, and you can prove basically a lot of what I just said. And I found out I'm not the only one who has this knowledge. and that ties into the next project because, you know, I was like, if I can see this pattern through history, how come all these historians are not seeing this? And upon doing research, I found out there's actually people who are historians, who are teachers, and they're anarchists. They're abolitionists. They're really, because they read a lot of the same people I read. It's amazing. And that's how I knew wow, I wasn't biased upon my research. It actually is changing minds to this day, the people who look back and read their texts. Yeah, not a lot of people have, but if you want some examples, I feature some of their texts in the summit and through other videos of mine, and there's even more, which I have still yet to do. A lot more. I'm actually gathering another whole compilation of quotes from their newspaper. A lot of the quotes I feature in my book are not quotes from newspapers that you don't have access to, but I actually went out of my way to libraries and got access to their writings, because you can't have access to them otherwise. And in that process, I emailed myself from the library a lot of those texts, and there's still so many that I don't have. But for the ones I have, they're very powerful, and then you wonder why these people were so influential in their day. Yeah, so Larkin Rose has his own YouTube channel, and again, he is a speaker for the summit, day 2, I believe. And in case you missed day 2, again, there'll be replays on the final days. But yeah, it's exciting, frankly, when you have history on your side, not just the facts. And when you see that there was actually some good changes in history that happened when people came together. If that inspires you guys, great, because that should be somewhat of a model for what we're trying to do. And when it comes to the new feature film, by the way, the Jones Plantation, that's also talked about in the summit. On the final days, there's some stuff about that. So I know Larkin gave a little bit of hints in the interview as well as to what the movie's about, but he didn't want to give too many spoilers. Anyways, it's been fun. I appreciate you guys for hanging out. It's getting pretty late where I am, and I encourage you guys to come back tomorrow if you feel like it. But either way, watch the interviews anytime you want. You probably got the email for day 6, or at least you should have if you signed up. And you can watch any time of the day for the next 2 days or so. And I thank you guys very much. Again, thank you, Lush Future, for the 5 gifted subs. I don't usually get paid for a lot of stuff, so that's technically a form of payment, and it helps people not get ads on Twitch, so that's like a win-win. and it's also free when people connect their Amazon account to their Twitch account, so you don't even have to spend a dime. And that would basically be Amazon paying me, so isn't that interesting? That's why Twitch has a pretty cool system for subs. I don't have my YouTube channel monetized, but Twitch, technically, I guess, because of the sub system. Anyways, thank you guys. Appreciate it. It's been about 5 hours. I used to do 6-hour streams. I don't know how I used to do that. Crazy. Yeah, I'm not going to go back on camera, though. Thank you guys for watching. And I'm hoping to find some time. Yeah, there's a lot of great content, and it'll all be out there anyways, no matter what. But, you know, for now, it's day by day, and let people take apart what they want, and not too I don't want to overwhelm people too fast, you know. And there'll be categories as well. There'll be categories at the end. If you want a certain topic, you can go to a certain day. So that's all set up as well. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. And peace out. Before you go, let me see if I can raid someone real quick. Don't go. On Twitch, that is, especially. Because I can raid someone on Twitch. I think I know who I'm going to have to raid. There's a guy who plays PUBG. Now, he's not political, so don't bring it to him. But I'm gonna do it. Because he's cool. Oh, it didn't go through Twitch. Darn it. Let me set that up. There we go. Should work now. All right. Thank you guys. Thank you Twitch people. Thank you YouTube people. Follow the channel. Click like or whatever people say. Peace out.